did a great job right there to get those pieces. He got every piece he needed to fix that slumbar, though. He's not getting the pieces he needs to fix this. He's in a drought as well. The long bar comes in, but he has
Oh, hey everybody. All right, we're just testing out levels. What's going on? Chupasaurus. London Maths, what's up? Sam, the speedrunner, hello. Johnny Beltron 99, that's a great question. What's the question? Is it a legitimate question or a dumb question? Why does the title say E? Oh, that's a great question. That's a very good question. Should be Group C. Oh my god. Man, if you were here, you would have done this so much better. Wow. Hey, what's up, Blaze? How's it going, man? Last Turo, hello. Poet, what's up? All right, level's okay. I think I'm a little hot on the mic right now, but we'll check. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Now, you know what you're supposed to do? Kind of broadcaster trick there if you're like public speaking or whatever, to make sure that you enunciate. It's kind of like swinging a weighted bat. You're supposed to put a pencil, like, in your, like, bite a pencil in your back teeth and then try to say tongue twisters. So it's like swinging a weighted bat in baseball. So I'm supposed to do that so that I'm enunciating. Oh, Harry just lost to Luke. All right. See, I'm allowed to say that now, but I can't say that during the broadcast because we don't really know what order these will be cut up into, and that's why we can't give spoilers. So, but now I have the taste of announcing. What's wrong with announcing? Say announcing again. Why? Am I like lisping or something? Announcing. I didn't say announcing. You lie. No, I think I said enunciate. Enunciate. I don't care. It's like literally I could literally care less about misspeaking during extemporaneous speech. I probably said enunciating. What's up, Rymix? Dan Vinky. Poopy old hag, hello. Yeah, enunciate. Like, you know, learn the language like Ed Carey. Pronunciate. I'm supposed to pronunciate words good. Har har. Hey, what's up, Stars? How's it going, man? Well, enunciate is like, you know, you can use the sort of the schwa sound, right? For the beginning. I mean, for a lot of vowels, it's just like a generic vowel sound. I could say enunciate. But people also say enunciate, right? Just like really quickly, just generic vowel. Listen, I'm not going to have this linguistics conversation with you right now about phonemes and whatever. It's not happening. Hey, Tonics, what's up? That's right. We'll be having Noam Chomsky on later to discuss all these linguistics items. I'm sure he'll also have some things to say about the election and whatnot. Steven Pinker. We'll have Steven Pinker on to talk about it. What's Chomsky's ELO? That's a great question, Thin Raf. Neo7, what is up? You bought some CTWC shirts. That's good. Neo, we want to see you back in CTM at some point. Colossal Failure, hello. Psy Architect, what's up? I thought you didn't participate in CTM. I'd swear you did. Like way back. Like you didn't like way back in like 2017. Oh, thanks, Ivan Edel. Who's hyped for Tetris Effect Connected? All of you are, obviously. I am. Although I have to admit, I tried to get. I had a preview copy. And I couldn't get that. I couldn't get it installed. So I wanted to be able to talk about my experience with it, but I could not get it installed. I'm not exactly sure why. All right, I'll be back in a moment. But, you know, just testing some things out right now. Let's see. Will CTWC monthly blah 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 feature Tetris Effect Connected? I don't know. Very possibly. Fastest Fox in the world says, hi Van Dweller, hoping for more unfiltered commentary from you at STM. Oh, almost certainly. Of course, here, you know, I'm working for the Tetris Industrial Complex. So I gotta be buttoned down Van Dweller. If you lower the barriers to entry, we could see some spectacular stuff from people unknown to the community. Yeah, very possibly. I think one of the challenges, obviously, you know, Tetris Effect Connected, amazing, right? Finally, we're getting NES type mechanics in a modern game, so I think that's amazing. There'll be some challenges though, because you know you can set. There are so many like settings that you can set up. With things like you can mess around with the RNG and you can mess around with other, you know, the rotations and stuff like that. So you'd have to really verify that the person's playing the, you know, the original, you know, the actual, the NES mechanics and setup. So there are some challenges there. So I don't know. It's possible. Not 100% sure, but what's on the menu for sandwiches today? Well, have you noticed I only made one tiny mention of a sandwich during CTWC. Nobody wants that. Trying to basically anything I can do to not trigger YouTube. That's what I'm gonna do, guys. Here, I'm gonna go offline for a minute, guys. I'll be back in a second. All right, we are on. Hey, everybody. Chris is with me. So we
Chris is back. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Are you ready for weekend number 2 of the Classic Tetris World Championships 2020 bracket matches?
They better be ready because it's happening, regardless of whether they want it to happen or not. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me.
How are my levels? Am I sounding good?
Yeah. Yeah, how are the levels,
last
guys?
Week was a very more Tetris than you can handle, like literally, like just 2 days straight. Van der Waller and I, did the full shift for both days, and we're gonna do it again today and tomorrow, and with a lot of players that we've been looking forward to see play. So, what matches are you guys looking forward to today? I am looking forward to.
Well, there's going to be Dog playing Tetris versus Mark. Corian against Reed. That should be pretty cool. And then we've got Nerds or Leslie against Terry. So that'll
Terry
be
Purcell. Yeah, we've got a couple of veterans. We got Corian and Terry in the veterans sort of class. And then you've got like high performing new champions like Dog, and then Mark Meyer, the German champion. So yeah, it's an all-star lineup. It's going to be a great day of Tetris. And I get to see Pepe play. That's going to be great.
Yeah. And it's not Dog versus Corian, guys. They still have to win their matches to get there, because it's Dog against Mark and Pepe versus Nolan, Nerds against Terry, and then Corian versus Reed. So don't be so presumptuous. You have no idea what could happen.
Reed, he was at the event last year, wasn't he? I think he knocked out, was it Alex? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I think that's right. Which reminds me, I probably have to open my stats thing here. So
yeah, I need to get all that stuff ready too. There's always a lot to go through. So they gave us our online facts resources.
That's right.
And I don't know. Do I just refresh the Google sheet?
I think so.
Yeah, it's right here. Dog playing Tetris versus Mark Meyer, right there, man.
I gotta find the right one for me though. All right, I'm gonna go offline for a sec. Chris, do you want to go offline, or do you want to stay with the people? Right now?
I'll stay with the crowd. Why not?
All right,
I mean,
I'll be
we got
off.
like 10 minutes to go.
Cool.
You know, players are getting warmed up. I'm getting warmed up. We're all getting excited about what's happening today. Hey, I know what I can do. So I got in on the Tetris Effect connected beta. Do you guys have some questions for me? I got to play the classic, the classic score attack mode, and man, it's amazing. I think one thing that they haven't really talked about, even in the green tea video that came out yesterday. I hope you guys all checked that video out. It was a really cool rundown of what makes that mode so cool, and you know, some of the other things is there's new music that they use for that mode, and it's kind of like a remix for the old classic NES Tetris, and it reminds me of the music that they used in the NWC when I played in it, because what they'd have this stage music that would play, and it was like really, it had this bass and it had this beat, and it was like dum 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 dum, and I was just like, whoa, that kind of reminds me of that. I'm not sure if they saw some old videos of it and tried to work that in, or if it's just a coincidence, but I was like, wow. Okay, so is there an option for PAL mode? I didn't see one specifically. I did see options for, I think, changing the DAS speed, like to like super fast or something like that. So the other thing is that because it's an online game that gets updated, maybe it's something they're still working on. And since it was just a beta, it also might be added in. So that's a good question, because if you had a version which with minimal effort, you can get all of the different modes for classic Tetris playable all in one place, that's unprecedented. Like as it is now, you might not even have a household that's got like both a PAL and an NTSC tube TV at this point, because all that stuff is super hard to get working. You need different power converters. I worked at a game company, and we had to test games in PAL mode, and we had to have like a separate room and a separate place just to have all that stuff because the power requirements were different. So just to have a version of the game, that would be really cool. So that's something I guess we could give feedback for enhanced games if they want to be interested in expanding it. I really hope they keep developing new versions of Tetris Effect. That would be really cool. So how different does it feel from playing on a copy of Nestris? So one thing that they did mention in that video is you're not playing on a tube TV and you're not playing on an 8-bit NES. And there is a slight lag, like old electronics, tube TV and the old NES. You know, instant on the frame response is why we use the old hardware. And when you're running like a game through Windows and running it through USB, there's inherent lag that unfortunately technology has still not gotten as precise response as some of the classic retro hardware. But one thing I'm hopeful for is that the Xbox Series X and probably at the S2, they're really committed to reducing latency. And I've watched some breakdown videos on how their technology is going to work, and that could close the gap and make it comparable. And I'm actually looking forward to at some point getting an Xbox Series X so I can test this stuff myself. I am a big fan of testing latency in monitors and USB, and I'm always checking different controllers and things to see what actually has the fastest response. You know, like I'll play like these mini consoles, and then I'll like test them against each other, and I'll find that it's like, you know, 2 or 3 frames behind emulation, and then the emulation is like 2 or 3 frames behind a tube TV and classic hardware. So I'm really hard on these things that are trying to emulate classic gameplay, and stuff isn't perfect yet. And I could feel that slight delay running it through Windows, but it is really good. Like most players aren't going to know the difference. It's just because I'm super hard on it that I noticed that it's not running on a tube TV and not running on a direct electrical connection as opposed to say USB or something like that. So some people might be able to adapt to that. So that's a thing. I mean, even people who run like an analog NT or something through HDMI or on some of the HDMI NES systems might notice a slight lag. So it might be comparable to that. But I did notice that slight difference. The other differences I noticed, there are different sound effects that they use for the movement, and it's not quite spot on to what you'd expect. I think they actually tried to make it more musically. They're trying to fit with the theme of Tetris Effect, where everything is kind of fitting in with the effects and the music. And when you move left and right, it kind of like plays like a little jingle instead of the little blip that you hear on the NES. I hope they add a mode in that will fix that, because since I'm a hyper tapper, I actually need that little bip sound. When it goes bip, 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 I can actually feel my movement better. So that's one difference. But the game feel, like the DAS is all there. The way the mechanics work for how the pieces move and the colors of the play field, that was something really important. I mean, they could have deviated there, but they didn't, and they rendered all the pieces with their new technology. It's all in 3D, and there's some new effects and stuff. There's a little bit of shading on the board going on, so it's not super like precise to a retro. Like if they run these through a stream, you're going to be able to tell. You won't be able to, confuse the two. You'll know it's Tetris Effect instead of a NES. Let's see. I'll check the chat again for more. So no PAL mode yet. They let you start on, I think it's like 9, 15, 18. I don't think there's a 29 start yet. Not sure if they're going to add that. I didn't get to play to 29 though. I wasn't able to, but I got put up like a 500k score for the time that I played it. I imagine at some point they might want to put a 29 start in just for some people. Consider all the other options that are there. I wish I had the game up. I'm using the same computer to watch the Twitch chat as I do play the game, so I can't have it up. I don't want to have it up at the same time. But yeah, once I have, say, like a setup where I can compare the same control input electronically with a tube TV versus a PC and maybe an Xbox Series X, it'll be really interesting to see. What I use is a 120 FPS camera, and I frame through, and I can see exactly like how many frames or half frames one hardware can be behind another, and it'll be interesting to see exactly what it is. Like as a hyper tapper, I can kind of feel each input. Like I can get across with X amount of taps in original hardware, and I could feel like the slight difference that I can't quite get across on the PC so far. So actually I do have a 144 hertz monitor. So far I'm testing it with my 4K monitor, which is just as fast, but it may or may not really be refresh rate that's causing it to be behind. I actually think it's more of a Windows 10 thing. They actually have versions, like people who are really hardcore about emulation will run their stuff on Windows XP because it has less lag than Windows 7, which has less lag than Windows 10. So there's just inherent differences with the OS going on. I don't think they're going to be able to get around. But like I said, the Series X might be the thing that closes the gap. Yeah, the VSync does make a difference. You do not want to have VSync on. Definitely turn off VSync. There's like a difference of at least, like maybe 4 or 5 frames. So VSync off. I mean, even for other games that are reaction sensitive, I always turn VSync off. That's the rule. And if you can turn off, like let's say if you're still using Windows 7, which it's a little bit better for latency, you can turn off Aero, because Aero also introduces some lag into old style games. Let's see. Yeah, so the bracket has let's see.
All right, we're just about ready to start here, Chris.
Okay.
So
Dog versus Mark being our first match, and then I think we're gonna do Pepe and Nolan same time.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
All right. Well, I think it's about time to get started. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever in the world you are. You are tuned into weekend 2 of the Classic Tetris World Championship.
We are Group C.
Yeah, Group C. So let us go ahead and show you. Wow,
Is that
it is
is that
indeed-
Group 12 in Joseph numbers?
That's right. That is Group 1.2 in Joseph numbers. So, well, let us, I guess, briefly introduce ourselves. Who is even on the microphone right now?
Chris Tang and you.
What's up? Yes, Chris Tang, yeah. Boom Tang on Twitch, and I'm Keith Didion. I am Van Dweller. Oh my God, my real name out there for all to see. Exactly what I'm looking for, but hey, why not? It's CTWC, it's special, and go ahead and dox me if you want. It's fine. So Chris, I'm pretty excited about this bracket. There's some real firepower in this bracket right now. I think particularly for me, I guess Dog and Corian are probably some of the most intriguing players here, as well as Mark and Terry, I think, are pretty intriguing. So let's take a look at our bracket here, Chris.
Yeah, and a good balance between new players and veterans. And I mean, we even got some players like Mark who are starting to be, cross that line into veteran territory, having, multiple live event experience now.
And if this bracket will load, that would be oh, there it is. Look at that. Thank you, Google. So there we go. But yeah, I mean, I think probably the real story is here. People really want to see Dog and Corian somehow meet up in this bracket, but there are a lot of players to get through, for sure.
Right, and I mean, right off the bat, we've got. Well, actually, are we doing Dog and Mark? Yeah, Dog and Mark, Pepe Nolan. Okay, so Dog in Texas, United States, versus Mark all the way over in Germany. So right off the bat, we've got a worldwide clash.
All right, let's get a look, Chris, at our players who are doing their final warm-ups before we get this started here. And Vince will be very happy for me to actually show the player bios for once. And let's see. Oh my God, it's happening. Look at that. They were really getting on me the last broadcast. You got to remember those bios. And I'm like, all right. I will. So we're going to look, Chris, I think, to get started right now. All right. Get a ready from all four players. And once we do that, we can get this underway.
Gonna update my stats sheet here.
Oh, people want the game audio down. I don't even hear the game audio right now.
I heard it mentioned that I had wind on my mic before. How's it now? Did it get fixed?
Your what?
Oh, I heard there's a comment. There's wind on my mic earlier.
Oh, yeah, I'm not hearing it. All right, people are talking about the game audio. Just bear with me for one moment because I wasn't. Okay. I'm not hearing that, guys. I don't hear game audio at all. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. All right, let's get that down. All right, tell me, what do you think of game audio right now? Now they're all ready, so we don't know. So we'll fix it. But I think it should be just about music, the music level, so that should be cool. So let's start music. We got readies from everybody except for Pepe, so just waiting on Pepe, and we will get this underway. Why is it best out of 3? Because, Vandy's doing a jank style, and he's got to get it set up. Don't worry. We're good. All right, best of 5. There you go, everybody. All right, so just waiting on a ready from Pepe. Make sure, players, that you don't, once you get into Max Out Club, that you don't switch tabs at all, because it may disconnect you from Max Out Club. So just keep that tab open, guys. And people saying, Chris, the wind is gone. So
all right,
gone with the wind. Chris, I think we have 4 ready players. So what I think we should do is go ahead and start.
Count them all down simultaneously.
That's right. Let's go. Should we do it at the same time? Oh my God.
Let's try.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. I'll give it a B-, Chris. All right, and we are underway, guys. Dog and Mark on the top. Pepe versus Nolan, a.k.a. Eggmaster, on the bottom. If you followed him in the online seed, of course, Dog playing Tetris. Frequent participant every single month in the online scene and actually runs his own series of tournaments called Classic Tetris Brawl. He also has the record for the highest ever qualifying score in any online event, which was 1.3, way high. So this should be fireworks. And of course, Mark Chris, known as one of the fastest hyper tappers in the world, right along with Eric, who we saw last week.
I think I'm not watching the correct screen.
Oh, okay.
I clicked watch stream, but I don't see the game. I see a bracket instead.
Oh, no worries. Here we go. What about that? Try that.
Do I need to reset it? Let me see.
You shouldn't need to.
Yeah, I'm seeing. It says Vanderweller's screen.
Okay, if you go to it, you don't see it?
Yeah, I'm just seeing the bracket right now, and not the games.
That's really weird.
I'll stop watching and then restart. Okay, going to watch stream, and it's still on the bracket.
That's alright. We'll pick my monitor. Yeah, that's weird that you're not seeing that. Still seeing just the bracket?
Yeah.
Alright.
So I CT1 live stream and then watch stream should do it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just getting the Group C bracket right now.
Alright, let me go ahead and unshare my screen to you.
Okay.
I'll share it back.
Close stream.
Here, we'll actually do it this way. Alright, so let's see. We got Dog on the left side, 221, and Mark 186 here in the early goings. Already in the mid-50s of lines here. And Pepe 182, Nolan 201.
Yeah, that works. I see both screens, but that's fine. And Mark building high on the left early on, dealing with a bit of a drought. But wow, just his hyper tapping ability, able to get things just stacked up so high there, just able to dump pieces and then hold out for that long bar. Boom, Tetris for Mark. And Dog now building up high as well. This is a pretty close match so far. Dog up about 80,000 points at 296,000 now compared to Mark's 240. Meanwhile, on the bottom, it's also a very close game. Pepe just up by a Tetris at 254,000. And oh, Nolan catching up just there with Tetris of his own and at 254 as well. Pepe with he was going for a I-bar tuck there, but he decides to bail and build on top. And he's going to burn that off with a triple, opening up a 3 wide. See what he puts there to rebuild his well. Meanwhile, Dog has opened up a 100,000 point lead now over Mark. Mark firing back with a Tetris. 2 Tetrises now, so still a very competitive game. And Dog just also with a very high Tetris rate going on, 70% to Mark's 50%.
Now Pepe on the bottom with a long bar dependency there, good for a triple, but kind of waiting on this long bar, kind of mini drought here of 16 pieces. Ends up having to cover it. He knocked it down a little bit, but it's getting tough in the middle for Pepe. But
yeah, he's having to burn off from the top and then settle for doubles and triples on the way down. Okay, he's almost out of it though. It's a dig, but Nolan hasn't really capitalized on it. He's only ahead by 1 Tetris. 347,000 points now for Pepe, 377 for Nolan. Meanwhile, on top, Dog's lead is just opening up 129,000 points. Mark banging down a Tetris, reducing it to about 100,000 point difference.
Oh, look at Nolan here. Nolan's going to top out at 377. Now, Pepe's in a chase down situation. A Tetris would get him almost all the way there. But he is approaching transition. And that left side for Pepe. Okay, he's going to knock this down. And now he's a Tetris away. 22,000 points.
That's just needs one more. That's going to be a triple there.
That left side's going to be really tough for him, but it's actually getting
Burn it
down
down
now.
and manageable. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, early shift for Pepe.
Yeah, he got that line bar over.
Now he's
That's
3
really-
lines away from transition, Chris.
Yeah.
And needs 9,000 points. And a little bit of a problematic board. Gets a long bar over.
He's open.
It gets
He's
a
got
long
it.
bar, and he's going
Whoa.
to take game 1.
Pepe.
Wow.
He takes game 1.
All right. So let us go ahead and get that. The heart for Pepe.
Meanwhile, Dog up 154,000 points with 616,000 points to Mark's 461. Mark has a lot of catching up to do, but he's in good shape. His board is nice and clean, so he's just going to have to play perfect from here on out because that deficit's pretty big for where they're at right now. And Dog just playing incredible Tetris.
Ooh, Mark setting up in column 8 and gets the Tetris.
Yeah, sometimes just you got to build it where it comes, and Mark's pulling out all the stops. He's not holding back one bit. He's got a double I-bar dependency now. He's gonna have to fill that in and take a couple of doubles, which he does. And Dog maintains his 150,000 point lead now at 708,000 max out pace to Mark's 555.
Yeah, there's still time for Mark to come back, but, we're only on level 23. There is another 60 lines to go, but it is definitely a deficit for Mark. Dog is going to need some kind of slowdown in order for Mark to close this gap.
Right.
And if there's one thing that Dog can do, is play very, very efficiently and put up, almost at will, max outs, 1.1s, 1.2s.
Yeah, this is just an incredible first performance for today. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, way high on the left.
802 for Dog, 677 for Mark here on level 24, level 25. Simul Tetris.
Mark's playing a great game. He's at 708. I mean, this could be a double max out game right off the bat. Yeah, Mark's definitely taking it too.
Yeah, he's trying not to
that.
burn, you can see.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Ooh.
All right, boom Tetris for Mark, but he's still back by 150,000 here. With only 23 lines left to go until the thrill screen. So this may be a little bit too much for Mark to chase down, especially with that board state now.
Yeah, Dog is ready to max out here. A couple more Tetrises will do it. And looks like Mark will play the kill screen. Have we seen Mark play post 29?
I mean, I got to imagine he could do it. And Mark knows the situation because he just brought that piece back in to keep the well open, and he's just really going all in right now. And the game not cooperating, and Mark's... Yeah, he's going to top out.
Able to get out of that.
And
Dog maxes out with authority. And, I mean, he was on level 28. He could have gotten a few more lines there, but just chooses to top it out and get that drink of water, stay hydrated.
That's right.
It's always important to stay hydrated.
That's right. Everybody in chat,
how,
please stay hydrated.
Right. We see how the players, prepare for their next round. I also love how Doug and Mark have very similar unorthodox Tetris grips, with holding the controller vertically.
Yeah,
And
I
we
mean,
get to feel that.
hypertapping does not admit of just holding it in the normal way that we grew up with, Chris,
Mm-hmm.
There's just unless you're Thor. Now, Thor seemed to have a fairly standard grip, but he would kind of jitter the controller with, his left thumb, right? So that sort of allowed him to do that. But many players having to do a switch grip here. We got 2 ready, so let's go ahead and start the top. Now, on the bottom, we've got Pepe at 230 and Nolan at 152. And Nolan with kind of a canyon in the middle of his stack. So this is going to take some burning. And actually getting some really nice pieces to fill all this in.
Yeah, that's going to allow Pepe to open up that 100,000 point lead. And let's see if Nolan opens up a well on the left. No, he takes a triple.
Look at Pepe right now. Needs to keep it open and gets the Tetris. That's going to take some pressure off his stack. But it's still, those kind of top 6 or 7 lines on his stack are really going to slow him down. This might...
He'll skim off the top, and he's got a 100,000 point lead. I foresee him opening up maybe after about 4 or 5 more line clears if he can do it efficiently.
Yeah, but this is going to allow Nolan to get, a couple of Tetrises in the bank here. Close that gap to maybe within, 60 some odd thousand. Oh, but Nolan's actually he's going to have to take a triple here to clear that. It's going to set his efficiency back a bit. Tetris for Nolan.
Yeah, that pays up. And Pepe's back with a clean board. And yeah, Nolan has fought back now within a Tetris and a half, maybe 2 Tetrises away from catching up.
Yeah, Pepe just couldn't really, get rid of that dig and close it out. But finally he does. It opens up the left side.
Meanwhile, up on top, we're neck and neck. Both players at 140,000 point range. Really competitive up there early on.
Mark having to make a few gaps on the top of his stack. That's going to cause him to burn. And Dog with not really a great stack at this moment. So I'm going to have to do a few tucks here to get all this set up. And he finally is. And bang, Tetris for Dog.
Yeah, both of them having a big run of Tetrises and just scoring really high, having to do some playfield maintenance now. And that'll put Dog ahead by 1 Tetris.
Now Pepe's extended his lead down to the bottom to 72,000, approaching transition. And Nolan really needs to clear this down before transition happens, because he's up pretty high. He's going to get a Tetris, and that's going to help a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the playfields seem nice on top again. And they're right there with each other. 242,000 points for Dog, 228 for Mark right behind. And yeah, they've transitioned on the bottom. Pepe maintaining a lead. 60,000 points, 451,000 points to Nolan's 388.
Nolan's going to knock down that trip on the left side. That's going to take a lot of pressure off his stack right now.
Ooh, Pepe's got a lot of holes, and he just gives up the ghost on that. He's a little bit ahead, but Nolan's got a pretty easy chase down here.
Yeah, Nolan's got to get to 452, so basically 453, but needs something down there in the bottom of his stack, and I don't know if Nolan's going to get this. This is really tough. Needs to get to 453. And really fighting around mid-next box level right now. Up top, we've got Dog with the Tetris 339, 283 for Mark. Nolan fighting. Really, a misshift, overshift with the T-piece for Nolan. And I don't think he's going to chase this down, and he's going to top out, and Pepe's going to get a heart.
Pepe just barely staying alive there with the chase down situation. But yeah, Nolan had a burst of just pieces that would not fit, and he dealt with it pretty well, but let it stack up too high, and man, that was a close one. Mark playing way up high. Dog with a 1 Tetris lead, now a 2 Tetris lead. As they approach the 100 line mark. They're just both banging down Tetris. This is going to be another really high scoring game. Right, Dog with a 70% Tetris rate. 416,000 points now to Mark's 378. And Nolan having to win this game to stay in the winner's bracket here. It's this match versus Pepe.
Yeah, no, just to those of you, that's a good reminder, Chris, to those of you who are just starting to tune in with us, maybe missed last weekend, these matches are double elimination. This whole tournament is double elimination. That means a player has to lose 2 matches in order to be eliminated from the tournament. So players who do lose their first match will be sent down to a bottom bracket, or so people diplomatically have been calling it lower bracket because it's 1 letter away from losers. So a lower bracket.
I heard Bidwell calling it second chance bracket. I kind of like that.
I mean, I like losers bracket. Let's call a spade a spade. I mean, you lost, all right? But yeah, they will be sent down to sort of a second tournament, a second chance, and players will have to fight their way all the way through the losers bracket. The winner of the losers bracket will then face the remaining player in the winners bracket to determine who will actually represent this bracket group in the top 8. So 536 Dog up top, 505 from Mark, right close to transition. Mark got to bring that piece back and keep his well open, but
yeah, that's a dicey transition height. Ooh, Mark just barely getting that long bar over, and he does. He's got to burn on the left. Yeah, that was making it just by a frame or two there. Having to be super precise, getting over something in the middle with a long bar right after transition. And we are neck and neck. Dog just keeping up there, maintaining that very slight lead now, just half a Tetris away. And Mark having to do some digging now. He's got a lot of holes. And missed rotation there by Mark.
Now, he might still be able to get out of this. He is very fast at getting pieces left and right, but this is really tough for anybody.
Wow. That is some amazing tap speed by Mark.
Oh, no, that left side for Mark. I think Mark's going to top out, and he does.
Yeah, both Dog and Mark with such amazing maneuverability on their pieces.
Yeah, Dog is good. Dog can go ahead and top out. Dog had the lead. I got to remember to say that. It's not enough to say someone topped out, right? So I got to remember to do that
Right.
before I Vandweller somebody, which I did that to Nenu in a CTM one time. I still feel bad about it.
Wait, you just kept playing?
Well, he didn't. I mean, he did keep playing, but he very well... I basically said, oh, he's, Nenu is good. You can go ahead and top out. And he really couldn't. Like, he needed to keep playing, and he did, thankfully.
Ah.
But I could have ruined his life right there.
Oh.
All right, we got 2 ready players on the top. We'll go ahead and start them. Dog up 2 games to none over Mark. Number 4 seed against the number 61 seed for Mark. Mark from Germany. Dog from the U.S. And Dog is actually the brother of another competitor in this competition, Pixelandy.
Who should be playing a little bit later today over on Classic Tetris 2.
That's right. And by the way, yeah, that's another good thing to mention, Chris. If you just stumbled upon this and, maybe you saw it, on Twitch somewhere, you just said, oh, Tetris, what is this? You can watch the other half of this tournament simultaneously on Classic Tetris 2. Twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2. So have both of them open.
Yeah, definitely our fan base. A great many of the people watching us probably have both of them open.
Yeah,
And,
almost certainly. Down in the...
Sometimes you'll see spoilers in the chat for the other stream in the comments.
That's true. Now, we're not allowed to say the spoilers. We have been rebuked by...
we've been really good about it. So
I think we've been pretty... I think they've been worse on the other channel. I think they've mentioned... They're the ones that mentioned the spoilers.
Yeah. Stream, and I'm like, hey, they're like... why do they get to talk about theirs?
That's right. So up top, we got Dog 114, Mark 91,000 here in the early goings. Dog's going to Tetris. Pepe down at the bottom, 387, and Nolan 323.
Yeah, Mark really building up high, and he is liking building high in the middle too. Seeing that tendency there. While Dog builds up high, but he tends to burn down faster. So there's a difference in their playstyles there.
Of course, building up high in the middle, always a danger, regardless of who you are or what you can do, because there's always that possibility that you can catch a piece just on, kind of the very crest of that mountain you've built, and then you hang up, and then it all cascades from there. But Mark so far, 187. He's got a very slight lead. He's going to Tetris here. 210 Mark, 209 Dog. Chris, I think that's officially neck and neck.
Yes, officially neck and neck.
There it is.
Definitely textbook neck and neck.
That's right. The Neck and Neck Institute has approved and sanctioned the use of neck and neck in this case. And we've got down on the bottom Pepe 489 and Nolan 427. Pepe's going to Tetris.
Nolan transition now. 453 is down 2 Tetrises to Pepe's 512, who is going to transition with this next Tetris here. You're off to level 19.
About an 80,000 point difference in favor of Pepe here at transition.
Meanwhile, Dog and Mark still pretty evenly matched. Just about a Tetris behind. The Dog firing back, maintaining just that 1.5 Tetris lead now. Yeah, this is a really stylistically, a very even match up top. And what usually makes a difference is if Mark has to deal with some some holes up top, then it becomes a situation where he has to do some burns, and then that's what usually causes Dog to pull ahead. But just their maneuverability is so close on par with each other. It's amazing to see. Mark with the T-spin.
Yeah, both hyper tappers, both very skilled. Mark considered one of the fastest hyper tappers in the world, but Dog is no slouch either. And Dog's stacking and efficiency certainly world class.
I still love the story of how Mark got into the CTWC, where he showed up at Gamescom and he was playing like the wrong version of the game, and then he had to learn NTSC Tetris in like 2 days or something.
Oh yeah, he was playing PAL Tetris, right? The European version. So up top we got Dog at 468, Mark at 406. Mark up a little bit high here. Gonna have to take a burn down the right side. And at the bottom, 673 Pepe, 620 for Nolan. Both players with kind of burn situations, and Nolan kind of dire here. That left side might be inaccessible. And it is, and Nolan's going to top out.
And Pepe is going to take this first match.
And we'll go ahead and give Pepe his heart. And we'll go ahead and finish up this top match here in our... Let's see if it works. Oh my god. Okay, see, I got it. There we go. Let's bring Mark over a little bit.
Yeah, there you can see the vertical controller hand position of both players.
So 584 for Doug. You can tell he's kind of screen looking here. 524 for Mark. Mark up a little bit high, close to transition, but getting a nice Tetris to burn this down and close the gap as well. And another Tetris for Mark.
Yep, that's what he needs. They're going to be pretty close to the score on transition here.
Mark having to do a few extra burns here going into transition.
He does it with a double there. His board's still in good shape. He takes a triple there. Opting to take it safe.
Now the way this will work, just making sure we're safe here before I go ahead into this long thing. The way this is going to work is that the winner of this match will go ahead and play Pepe, who is the winner of the other match. And then the two losers of these matches will also face off against one another.
Ooh, fast, high-speed tuck there by Mark. He's got a double eye dependency. He gets one of them. And he bangs down a Tetris. He's going to need to clear out a few lines before he can score again. Dog's playfield's just super clean right now. He's opened up a lead now. 74,000 point lead at 741,000 points to Mark's 668.
Yeah, both on level 21. Mark ahead a little bit in lines by 6 to 8 at any given time.
Yeah, Dog just playing super clean. Having to take a triple there, but his board's just ready to score again. Mark with a center well Tetris there. Dog just pouring on the aggression now. Almost a 100,000 point lead now at 808,000 points. Max out pace.
Yeah, both well within max out and even 1.1 pace, actually. You know, generally speaking, max out pace, kind of lowest boundary you're looking for is like around 800 as you go into 200 lines. So both of these players well past that.
And yeah, both their fields are clean. Maybe looking to see a double max out here.
Oh, Mark, that right side getting that square over.
Barely.
And Mark having to take some additional burns here. It's going to slow him down and allow Dog to build up on this lead to 130,000 point lead.
Oh. And Mark not able to fit that in where he wanted it to go, and that's going to top him out.
And yeah, Mark's going to top out, and Dog is already ahead, so Dog will get the heart. A couple of sweeps here in the early goings for the left side players. So, all right, give us a moment. We'll go ahead and set this up real quick. Give you flash the bracket at you. If you want to see, well, we'll watch Dog here for a moment. Vince will hate this because, hey, we want to move steadily through, but I think people want to see what Dog can do here.
Yeah, I mean, Dog just putting on a show, like, of his ability to move the pieces and stack just so efficiently there. Double eye dependency. Let's see what he does with this. Wow, just that maneuverability, just perfect placement.
There's the max out for Dog. Now, I would not call this a competition max out because it's, obviously well established. His opponent has already kind of topped out here, so this is all just for funsies.
You maybe get to see some post 29 play. Wow. Holy cow, that line spin.
And yeah, so Dog with the 1.1. 1.1 million for Dog. Kind of flexing on Mark a little bit and showing people what he can do.
That is amazing. And, coming into this year, you have players like Dog maxing out 6 times and Joseph maxing out 12 times. What's going to happen when these players with that kind of ability start facing off against each other? We're going to see, not just double max out games, but, double 1.1 games and post 29 play. And yeah, I'm excited. We're seeing a taste of the future here.
Yeah. And, these matches are round 1 matches, right? That's the thing you got to remember. I think we're used to seeing, some huge mismatches maybe in previous years. Just because I think the lower qualifying scores, and then the tippity top players were, I think, in the past so much better. I mean, nothing against them, of course, but just had a huge skill advantage. And you're seeing that skill gap close between the highest seeded players and the lowest seeded. I mean, for goodness sake, Jonas came in at like what, a 40 seed or something, or 31 or whatever. So I mean, their skill gap is just really narrow between the higher players in the bracket and the lower players in the bracket. So I'm gonna go ahead and set this up real quick. And
I loved watching Jonas play last week. That was great to see. Jonas is back, and I can't wait to see what he's going to come up with competing in the future.
I got to find a way to lure him into CTM because I think, 1, it would be fun for the fans to see, and 2, I think it's good to get this experience throughout the year, instead of saying, well, I only compete once a year. I think some of the advantages that the online players have is just that they're, put in these competitive situations like all year long,
Yeah,
so.
no, that's having that competitive experience is there. And the thing is, Jonas plays all the time, so it's just a matter of getting him into those brackets and getting him active.
All right, I'm starting a petition to get Jonas into CTM here. So.
Yeah, maybe he can. He has like a pretty big Twitch following. Get them to influence him.
All right, so I need to just bear with me one moment. Still setting this one up. So we need Dog on the top, and I need to kick these guys out of.
Maybe now would be a good time to give a shout outs to our newest sponsor, Microsoft, who will be releasing their new Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S on November 10th, just a few days away. So the Xbox Series X will be among the most powerful, performant, immersive, and compatible next-gen console gaming experiences, and will provide the freedom to play your games with friends anytime, anywhere. While the Xbox Series S will be an all-digital next-gen console designed to deliver everything that's core to next-generation gaming: faster load times, higher frame rates, and richer, more dynamic worlds in the smallest, sleekest Xbox ever. So the Xbox Series X and S launch will continue the awesome legacy of many game franchises with titles such as Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Gears, and of course Tetris Effect Connected, which we're super excited about with the new CTWC inspired mode in it. So it'll be available in just a few days on November 10th. So we're all excited here in the Tetris community to see classic Tetris grow to new audiences and with new hardware too.
Yeah, no doubt. Super excited for that. I mean, November 10th is like any moment now, right? So, I mean, huge whenever any of these consoles launch. So, this is huge news. And, great to have them on as a sponsor. Amazing for them to support our
Right, they're
scene
supporting
here.
what we do here. If you guys didn't know, Alexei Pajanov actually went to go work there. So there's some DNA, in the games that Microsoft has been bringing to us through Tetris. Peggle, I think, was that one of the games that he worked on? there's some puzzle games that Alexi was working on. I remember on the Xbox 360, I was like, oh, that's what he's up to now. So
I had no idea. Look at that. We have an insider, everybody. Chris Tang, man, industry
yeah, it was
insider.
Some trivia, that you wonder what happened to the creator of Tetris. And yeah, he's up in Washington now, working with Microsoft.
Nice. All right, so we've got Dog and Pepe who are ready on the top. We're going to need Nolan and Mark here to go ahead and give us a ready, and we can get this underway. And if they're too slow, well, we can always just start the top game first and whatever, but...
Yeah, chat said it's Hexic. I think it might have been Hexic. That was the Alexi game. All I know is that it came with like the Xbox 360, so that was pretty cool. Back in even now, that's kind of like a retro game now. So crazy. All right. We've swapped everything around. We're getting that fact sheet up.
That's right. I'm gonna do it like I'm gonna over comply with Vince this time and just get them up like every single time. And he's gonna get sick of these player bios, but all right, let's get these guys started.
Yeah, I'm learning new things. I didn't know Pepe, played Super Mario 64, so some good stuff.
All right, we are underway now. Of course, Dog and Pepe were the winners of the matches that you saw just moments ago here on twitch.tv/Classic Tetris, and Nolan and Mark were the non-winners, right? So we're trying to put this in a diplomatic way so everyone feels good about themselves. But yes, they were the non-winners, and so they will face off. Now, of course, in a double elimination tournament, if you lose twice, you are out of the tournament. So it is an elimination game down on the bottom. And up top here between Dog and Pepe, they will still remain in the tournament, even if they lose this match.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Dog playing from Texas and Pepe from Argentina. While we've got Mark from Germany versus Nolan from Ohio. So international versus domestic here for us in the U.S.
That's right.
Nice having a true Tetris World Championships.
Well, yeah, I think that's what we were kind of some of the themes from last week. First, let's give a score check here. Dog 82,000, Pepe 118, and then Nolan 118, and Mark is going to Tetris here and at 120. So, but yeah, I think that was one of sort of the themes that came out of last week. Is so many obviously. We want everyone to be able to participate in this thing, but the fact that it's a live event does impose some limitations and constraints on who's able to attend. And I think, one of the silver linings here of the sort of world situation is that, doing this online does allow some of these players who might otherwise not be able to compete or would do so at great expense to actually get them into the limelight, give them their opportunity. And we saw I don't know how much spoiler we can give, but we did see some international players make their way into the top 8 last week. So I couldn't be kind of happier with how this is turning out given the situation.
Right, as expected. I mean, last year we wanted to see players like Richard attend, and for whatever reason, challenges in travel and whatnot made it so that wasn't possible. But now the doors are open, and the future of this tournament looks really bright. You get to see people from all around the world, so much diversity, so much just generations of players coming in and being able to inspire each other is great to see it.
We got Dog on the top here, 251, Pepe at 263, both pretty close in lines, and on the bottom Nolan 248 and Mark at 264. So all pretty decent efficiency from all these players going into halfway to transition.
And Dog having to deal with some things in a stack, but just burning it off so efficiently and with so much foresight. It's amazing just watching him stack, and then even if he has some stuff that doesn't quite fit, he'll build something that just burns off later. I remember a lot of the maneuvers that Jonas did early on. Dog just is reminding me of that kind of play.
Yeah, very creative, very able to just find creative but efficient burns all over the place. It's just very surprising. So, oh, great last frame adjustment there for Pepe to make room for a J piece, I think it was. And he's actually burned all the way down and really neck and neck on top here.
Yeah,
just
really
separated by 6,000 at the bottom and neck on the bottom. So a couple of close matches here.
Yeah, just now going back and forth on the bottom. Mark building up high. And we're neck and neck again.
Dog with a line dependency in the middle of his stack. And no good place to put these Z pieces.
But just putting on a clinic and how to deal with what normally would be a frustrating situation just makes it look easy.
Yeah, we saw some of the kind of younger, kind of online-oriented players actually last week struggle. Obviously, I can't give too much of a spoiler here, or Adam will have a conniption. But, you know, Dog handling these situations very, very well. You know, and not sort of going, you know, too crazy with building too high and waiting too long, and then just letting the RNG kind of, you know, dictate what happens to him, right? He's managing this really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching Dog play, and I'm being inspired to, like, want to watch this later on, frame by frame, so I can just learn how to burn like that. That is super amazing.
So 438 for Dog, 450 for Pepe, and on the bottom, 494 for Nolan, and 488 for Mark.
Yeah, once again, Mark stacking up really high. Having to take a triple there, but he's going to build on top, and boom, Tetris for Mark. Nolan has just hit the transition. Scores are neck and neck. And Mark hitting his transition with a Tetris. Dirty well there.
Yeah, Nolan up a little bit high, though, but kind of needs a long bar or a burn. Oh,
ooh, he has covered it up.
Just get everything. Oh, how did he get that piece over the right? Oh, no, Nolan's going to top out at 533, and Mark is good.
Just had a couple of situations where he covered as well right when the long bar came, and he wasn't able to use like 3 of them, and he topped out there. So, yeah, Mark is going to take this first round. Right. And we're still neck and neck up on top.
Yeah, separated by half a Tetris. Now, the value of line clears and Tetrises goes up every time the levels increment here. So every time the color changes, the lines get more and more valuable.
Yeah, so if you have a player who pours it on post 19, they'll actually score better performance-wise versus someone who makes all their points pre-19.
That's right. All right, we are getting underway down the bottom. Mark up 1-0 here in an elimination game between Nolan and Mark. God, Nolan, honestly, kind of growing up before our eyes, you know, a frequent participant in online tournaments. I mean, he's such a young kid, and I swear that he's just like, you know, he's aged like 3 years in the last, like, you know, in the last year. Like, it's just a lot of these folks in the online scene are, you know, young and kind of teenagers, and folks who are kind of taking this scene by storm, and we're kind of watching them grow up before our eyes.
Yeah, that's one thing that it's exciting to see. Like Joseph himself, you know, our world champion, he's been in it a couple of years now. We're watching him grow up, and he's been instrumental in inspiring a lot of the new generation, showing them that they could do this, right? Like before that, it was mainly just people who had played NES Tetris in their youth going for these things. But now when you have players who can perform so well, being so young and just playing for such a short time, showing the world what they can do, it's inspiring, and you get new players.
Whoa, Dog with that movement over on the right side to clear down a triple into a Tetris for Dog. Amazing movement from Dog on the left side. 843 for him, 770 for Pepe here on now going into level 27. Dog up by about 71,000 points. Now another Tetris. He's about 3 Tetrises ahead of Pepe. Pepe with a little bit of advantage in the sense that he's about 6 to 9 lines behind Dog. So as we approach kill screen, that will mean Pepe has some lines available that Dog does not have. And it looks like Dog's gonna, if he can get a Tetris here, be very close to maxing out. But the game being stingy right now, there's some Tetris. Gonna try to build for one more.
He's up high. He's gonna kill screen here.
He's gonna
the next line.
He's set up for one on the left.
Holy cow.
And another max out for Dog here. Pepe not really going to be able to catch him without some significant action here. And he's just going to give up. Like, he knows he can't play like Dog on kill screen.
There. But he was in striking distance. I mean, if some players might have tried to build up a center well just in case those line bars came.
Yeah.
But
and what you'll see is, players as they get to like level 27, level 28, they'll say, they'll issue, kind of, trying to clear down and instead try to build Tetrises on top of their garbage, because those Tetrises that they make can be pivotal in maintaining the lead. So
we saw that last week. We saw players both building center wells at the end for kill screen, and that made the difference. If a player didn't do the kill screen middle well at the end, that would have had a different outcome. So I don't know what to say other than sometimes you just got to go for it and maybe not give up.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll get those pieces.
And that's really what this whole competition comes down to, is just kind of knowing when to slow down, knowing when to speed up, and then knowing when to go all in. All right, down at the bottom, 272 for Nolan, 318 for Mark. Mark's going to Tetris 341. About a 5-line, at any given time, 1 to 5 lines difference in favor of Mark here. Now, it's for those kind of watching, it's not the lines, it's the score that we're tracking, which is interesting because, when I was a kid, the only thing I was concerned with was lines. Like, how many lines could I get before I topped out? But
Dog playing way high, and we are so neck and neck. The score differentials popping back and forth between 0 and just 1,000 points for a while back there. Either player pushing down, making that possible.
Crossing the 100-line mark down at the bottom. Nolan trying to find a long bar so he can stay efficient. Is he going to build for it? No, he's going to take the burns here. Now, Nolan back by 120,000 points. That's about 5 Tetrises, a little more than that.
Yeah, he's going to have to get more aggressive going into post 19 here.
Mark just ripping a bunch of pieces to the left. Of course, very important to build out your lefts. And Mark getting drowned a bit here.
Ooh. Barely got that in time, and he's going to have to do a little bit of cleanup.
Yeah, that hyper tap, probably the big advantage that it has is allows you to hold out a little bit longer for the right piece, because you can stash pieces over to the left very high while you wait for the right side, something for the right side.
Situation for Nolan. I don't think he's going to be able to that out.
All right, so Nolan is topped out and Mark is ahead and gets the heart.
Yeah, both players playing super risky, holding out for that long bar, playing super aggressive, and yeah, that's going to happen sometimes. Mark's still playing, and he's going to transition up high, but he's good, so.
All right, once
for our first elimination round of the day here, potentially. Nolan having to win to stay in this.
I think a case can be made that Mark kind of qualified maybe a little too low for his skill level. All right, ready down at the bottom. We'll go ahead and get them underway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 61 with his performance. I mean, you're near max outs already for him. But him playing super risky, so I could see how in qualifiers, you swing for those home runs, and if you take too many risks, then you might get a max out, but not enough consistent ones to seed high.
Yeah. Now I think of course, originally Mark, a player on of PAL Tetris, which is the European version that's optimized for use on European televisions, has a different frame rate and slightly different movement and timings and everything. And one of the
different. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say one of the keys there is that post 19 play, at least until this year, was almost impossible and thought impossible for a long time. And level 19 was considered really to be the kill screen. And so I think, what ended up happening competitively is players have to just take insane risks on level 18 to build up a really high score because, your scoring potential after that was so low. And I think some of that still colors the way that Mark plays even to this day.
Yeah, that does make sense. They also have a different runway. Like, we have a much longer phase in 18, whereas the matches in PAL Tetris are much shorter.
Yeah, because they tend to end on that level 19 because it's so fast. But that, there are some inroads being made. I mean, it's a player named Adam MTS who is just broke the 800,000 barrier. Oh, no, Nolan's going to top out!
Really top out. And that's going to do it. Mark advances. And Nolan, great performance here in the CTWC, but yeah, that's against a player like Mark. That will be our first elimination of the day.
All right, congratulations to you, Nolan. Here, it was obviously a huge accomplishment even to get into this very tough bracket here as a qualifier. So congratulations to you for making it in, and hope to see you throughout the online scene. I'm sure we will. Just a score check real quick. Dog here, 568, and Pepe, 512. So, pretty good paces from both of these players, but Dog putting up a really good transition score here. Just about to head to the 19 transition.
Yeah, Dog was one of the first players I saw play in your CTMs, Bandy. And at first I didn't, the names caught me off guard because I think the match that I saw was Dog versus Hydrant. And I was like, this has got to be intentional, right?
That's right.
How could it not be?
Yeah.
So
you're like, what am I even watching here? Why are these players named this? Who are these people?
It's just like, you know what dogs do to hydrants, right?
Well, and frequently that's what happens, unfortunately, for hydrants.
I wasn't planning to say it, but you did.
Well, I'm allowed to. Hydrant is a moderator in my Discord community, so
okay.
I give everyone a hard time.
But now, just seeing Dog play and just that clean stacking is just wow.
Yep.
Someone that you can learn from here.
For sure. 747 for Dog, 608 for Pepe. So big lead. Both players on level 21. Both players, really clean stacks right now. And this is really a huge score right now for Dog. I mean, generally speaking, you're looking for, for max out pace, you're looking for about 800 through 200 lines. He's almost at 800 through 170 lines. So this is 1.2 million pace.
Yeah, this is going to be a monster score. And he's just so efficient. That last second rotations too.
And let's not short shrift Pepe here. His score is great too.
Oh yeah. This is double max out pace here. Pepe banging down another Tetris, reducing the deficit just slightly. I mean, he's 766,000 now to Dog's 856. That Pepe's board looking really clean right now. But what I love seeing about Dog's play, nice dirty Tetris by Pepe, is people would talk about DAS players and just how well they would have to stack. And you're seeing all of that knowledge and stacking proficiency in a tapper.
Yeah, that's right. There's kind of a narrative here that somehow tappers kind of over rely on the tapping ability to the detriment of stacking, but I think that's a bit of a myth. And Pepe just gonna top out here, 870, and Dog is good. So Dog gonna
and the other dynamic is that Dog being so young, like just shatters any kind of myth that they're, stacking requires a lot of experience, because that shows that you can learn to play the game relatively quickly and just stack really well from the get-go. I don't know how he does it. It's amazing. I want to learn from that. I want to learn from a new player and not a veteran. And as frightening as that is, like, that's what we're seeing now.
Chris, I don't think we have the neuroplasticity of the 12 and 13-year-olds here. I think we're kind of like, we're probably at our ceiling. All we can do is make incremental improvements in what we're already doing, very possibly.
Maybe. I have hope. I think there could be another wave of players that, learns from the next generation. Like, I'm learning hyper tapping, right? Like, I started off as DAS and I've become a hyper tapper. So I want to break through and try to become like the old guy who like adopts the new players' techniques. So let's see if it's even possible. I mean, I'm not great yet, but I have hope that can happen someday.
Yeah, I remember very early in my involvement in the Tetris scene, going back to 2017, early 2018. I went in and say, hey, someone take a look at my game here. You could kind of send your recordings to people and they would look and they would say, hey, you might want to send this over to, there's this kind of young kid named Joseph. And he has some like really interesting things that he's doing. And I'm like, I don't want to have a 15-year-old, like, I'm a grown man, right? I don't need a 15-year-old telling me how to play. How wrong was I, right? That was a dumb attitude.
Oh yeah. Chat says dog needs a heart.
Oh, let's give Dog the heart. Thank you, chat. Chat always on top of my mistakes.
Yeah, at first I thought that was a philosophical statement, but
yeah, no, it's just Van Dweller messing up. As usual.
I thought I put my PB on the channel but it's not showing up for some reason.
Oh, the PB, we had to disable the PB commands because they were getting spammed a bit too much and taking the bot offline.
But yeah, my PB is around 600k. I'm getting better. It's just more of I don't have time to play very much anymore. I actually used to stream like last year. And what's funny about this Tetris Effect Connected adopting the CTWC format is that I used to stream NES Tetris with Tetris Effect as my background, and I rigged it up so that when I do line clears, it would set off the backgrounds in Tetris Effect, and it was like this cool little hack that I did to be able to pull that off. And now they just went and smashed the two together, and now everything's connected.
So what are you saying, Chris? Are you saying you're owed some royalties here? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. I mean, it's really, I'm sure, us running the event and impressing Enhance at our events and seeing like us on ESPN and just everything that our community and the excitement that goes along with it. I mean, we all made this happen. Everything from online streamers like you, Vandy, to our long bars, Adam, Trey, and Vince putting it together, and maybe a little bit of my activity too. I went to GDC and I met with Mizuguchi and Enhanced Games, and we hung out there at GDC. I had a CTWC panel that year, and they had a Tetris Effect panel, so maybe that helped a little. I don't know, but I know that nothing would be possible without this great community that we've built. So I'm super thankful, and you don't see too many things happen where a competitive community kind of doing its own thing will do things that influence the core game and franchise, and that's what we're seeing here.
So a little score check here. Dog 209 and Pepe 250. Pepe trying to dig out this center well, and that's what often happens with the center well, is you kind of set it up and then you get kind of stuck because it's it's so easy to keep covering it, uncovering it. He's going to uncover it now, see if he can finally get the long bar, avoiding taking a burn because he really can't with that gap over on the right side in the 10th column.
Yeah, man.
And that's going to give Dog enough time to retake the lead just like that.
Pepe's out of it if he can get the right pieces. I think a couple more burns. Yeah, he got it. Okay, so now he's waiting for the long bar again at center well. Almost working out.
Opening it up again. Finally with the long bar.
Boom, Tetris for Pepe. Finally getting that center well. Just stagnant for a while.
That's what people wanted to hear, the boom.
Oh, he needed, yeah, that I appreciate that center well, and he's gonna keep it open. Pepe sticking with it. There it is, that nice juicy center wall. He's not able to capitalize on that long bar, though. He covered it up, and boom, center wall Tetris for Pepe again. Batting back the deficit slightly, and Dog hitting down 2 in a row now, up 46,000 points as we reach line 100.
Pepe still with that center well. And I think it's, I mean, you just got to get out of that situation. T-spin from Pepe.
Yeah, T-spins are super useful in keeping a center well alive.
Yeah, no doubt. Not scored for, those of you who might be more familiar with kind of modern Tetris rules. T-spins, certainly possible, but not really, they don't count for any score here. They're just kind of something you kind of have to do to downstack.
Yeah, and in the beginning it was like a show-off maneuver, but now it's just another thing in the skill set. I think every player, when you see the setup or an opportunity to use your pieces efficiently, it's just another tool. Why not?
459 for Dog, 360 for Pepe, heading into transition. About 100,000 point lead for Dog.
Mm-hmm. And Pepe just one Tetris away from transition. Dog not far behind. Both stacks looking really nice right now.
Dog trying to get
Pepe transitions with the Tetris.
Dog trying to get one last Tetris before transition. He does. 529 transition for Dog, 432 transition-ish for Pepe. Oh no, Pepe flipping pieces around.
And he's going to have to dig back down. Rough setup. He has to get the long bar over to the right and can't, and that's going to top him out. And Dog with a sweep advances with authority and some great scores already, but great showing by Pepe. We'll see more of him as he goes against Mark. We'll have Argentina versus Germany in our next match for them.
That's right. So let's go ahead and give Dog his heart. There it is. 3 hearts right there. Let's go ahead and give a look at our bracket here. Well, it flops around and renders, and there it is.
Man, Argentina and Germany. It's like the last time I saw an international competition that had that was like the Sega Championships that I was in, and we had a Argentina and a Germany representative.
All right, just give me a moment while I set up a couple things here. Oh, wait. Okay. All right.
Pepe versus...
Yeah, it's not Pepe versus Mark.
Okay.
It's
not yet, at least.
Yeah, not yet, at least. All right, I gotcha.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I messed up. But, hey, Chris, I just wanted to... bring up something pretty awesome, which is what you were just talking about, Tetris Effect Connected, right? So you've been talking about it, and just to sort of fill in some of the gaps here for those of you wondering what it is Tetris Effect Connected is it has all new multiplayer. It's going to be on the Xbox Series X and S, on the Xbox One, and on PC through the Microsoft Store. And will also be coming to Game Pass when it launches. So if you have Game Pass, you'll just get it right there. And of course, anybody who owns Tetris Effect on PS4 or Oculus Quest or on the Epic Game Store, the Tetris Effect Connected modes will be coming next summer through the update. So if you want to take a look at it, go onto YouTube, look for A Game Scout, right? It's just like it sounds, A Game Scout. Go to his video series, and it'll explain all the multiplayer modes, including the classic score attack the mode that Chris was talking about, which is all based on the NES mechanics, the game that we're playing here. So that will be available, like, when is that available? Like super soon, right?
Yeah, it's going to be available with the launch of the Xbox One X, Series X, and Series S. I believe also November 10th, but I think it might be sooner. Let me I have it here.
And Chris has played this, so he knows it's really good. So you definitely going to want to check this out. And also, thanks so much to them for being one of our sponsors. I mean, this event really wouldn't be possible without all the great support. And, of course, all the support from all the rest of our sponsors as well. Let's go ahead and flash a real quick... Chris, we're going to go ahead and play their little video here.
Okay.
Something changed, my heart could not contain the miracle of this world and all that it creates. With every passing day, the winds might grow stronger, carry us away, but we will hold on to it to light the way. The reminder that love does not escape. I'm yours forever. There is no end in sight for us. Nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love. Don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love.
All right, we are back. Just give me a moment, folks, and I'm setting up the next match.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I saw some questions in chat. Yeah, so it is coming out on the 10th, which is in like 3 days. And yeah, there are actually a lot of people who, some of us are actually in the beta program for the game. But there are a lot of famous people in that spot, in that commercial. And you may or may not notice, but, the first person that they show is Alexei Pajitnov, the creator of Tetris. And I believe the second person they show who's in the Tetris suit is Hank Rogers, who is the one who brought Tetris officially to the Western world. He traveled to Russia and met Alexei back in the 80s and struck the deal that got Tetris officially licensed by Nintendo for the NES, the game that we play now, and the Game Boy, which is also of super historical significance. Other famous people are in there. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of an artist named Roger Dean, but he has done artwork for Tetris and for some rock bands like the band Yes. And I think there's a game called Tetris Worlds he did the art for. And he's done the logo for the Tetris brand over the years. So he's also featured in that commercial. You also see Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who's a creator of Lumines and Space Channel 5, and of course Tetris Effect, legendary game designer in there. And then you'll see legends in our community. You'll see like Chris Bidwell and Trey Harrison. I think Vince Clemente's in there, and Jonas and Sharky and Joseph and myself and James Chen. People in the classic Tetris community, and many of us have actually played Tetris Effect Connected and are super excited about what it brings. So funny thing is, when we were cast for that, they didn't tell us about that mode. So they were like having to keep that under wraps for a while, and it's super cool that we were all in on it, yet there was still some surprises for us and our community with Tetris Effect Connected.
Now, I think probably the best part of it for me was Adam Cornelius. It doesn't look like he plays video games at all, because you got to see him like moving the controller around, like jerking around. Nobody plays a video game like that. So I think maybe the acting for better director than an actor, I would say, for Adam, for sure. All right, guys, we are just getting this up and running here, so it should be a few moments away, and you're going to see Nerds versus Terry and the great Corian against Reed. So we're still getting that set up, so just bear with us here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Corian being just a mainstay, like super competitive at not just classic Tetris, but a Tetris Grandmaster, and one of the experts on that game who transitioned over his skill from Tetris in general, the guideline games, or the modern games, over to classic NES Tetris. And with us as probably one of our first hyper tappers. You see him back in the events, going back to, I think it was 2016, maybe even before that. I met him for the first time at like Portland Retro Gaming Expo, and he was like a really big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. If you notice, he plays with a Sonic the Hedgehog towel. And when I met him, he went to my booth at Portland Retro Gaming Expo and brought his copy of Sonic and Knuckles for me to sign, and that was really cool. He said he saw like the Rock the Rock competition back in the 90s. So it was really cool getting to meet a fellow fan of Sega and Sonic and that sort of thing, get competitive Tetris involved too. And another veteran we have is Terry Purcell, someone who started off, I guess, he would get qualifying scores that would just barely like not make it, and then little by little, he just got better and better and better and just started maxing. And then would see him. And last year, he made top 8. So definitely looking forward to seeing him continually improve, especially for, like the generation of gamers who've been playing NES Tetris since way back in the day. It's always inspiring to see. And Reed, also a return player from our competition last year. I believe he was the one who beat out one of our legends and stars, Alex Kerr. So, and Nerds, I know relatively little about, but another international competitor from Hong Kong.
He's awesome. He's played in several of my events. I run something called Classic Tetris Monthly, not to be too self-promoting, but that is a monthly competition where some of the world's best players play very, very high level Tetris every single month. And he's a perennial qualifier for that, and is always entertaining and deep runs in those events, as is Corian. Actually, he has won Classic Tetris Monthly 11 times since December 2017. So
wow. But yeah, I'm looking at the online fact sheet here, and it Nerds lists it's Sharky as being the rival, since they both started at the same time, and I guess they've been going back and forth, and it says that helped him to improve a lot over time. So that's exciting to see. Highest score is 1.3 million. That's a very select group of players that can achieve that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Nerds play.
Now, those of you who are watching, today is not the only day that this is happening. We're still getting our players set up here, so just please bear with us. But this is not the only day that this is happening. We will also be right back here tomorrow on twitch.tv/Classic Tetris and twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2. So, and those of you who are watching, you should also open twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2, because the whole other half of the tournament is happening over there. So pretty much you're going to want to have both of these open pretty much all day. So they started a little earlier before us, but
yeah, they've got some good matches going on there. I'm kind of envious. Like today, they're going to have Pixel Andy. I'm actually not watching it over there right now. I don't want to spoil it. I had homework this week. I actually watched Classic Tetris 2 all week to catch up on all the great action. And if you haven't yet, you should too.
And then, of course, what we're doing last weekend and this weekend is playing down to the top 8 players, right? So there are 8 groups of 8 players playing double elimination brackets all the way down to a single player. Those top 8 players will meet again in the main event on December 6th. I believe that's a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, here in the U.S. They will meet to determine who is the CTWC 2020 champion. Really a long, strange trip it's been trying to get this thing underway. Of course, with the world situation, trying to decide, should we have one? Should we not have one? What will we do? But, back in April, I think, CTWC organizers say we commit to crowning a CTWC 2020 champion, even as they had no idea how they were going to do it, but they committed to it, and we saw it through. So we're seeing this great content, these great players having a chance from all over the world to play against one another. So it's been an amazing, fun time for me to do this with Chris and, of course, the rest of the CTWC folks. So this has been amazing, and it's gone beyond all my expectations. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, just seeing so many great Tetris matches and so many matchups that we wouldn't have normally seen, having been tied to a live venue. I mean, having a live venue is great, but now we're actually seeing some of the benefits of being able to do this online, and we'll probably adopt at least some part of this, some combination of this going on into the future. And yes, December 6th is a Sunday. And so amazing we're able to get all this organized and together just within the year, and being able to pivot and adjust. A lot of Tetris is, taking what comes and making the best of it. And I guess we're pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, no doubt. And by the way, while we're sort of getting all this stuff set up, probably a good opportunity to thank, really, one of our most pivotal sponsors, the Tetris company itself, right? So really want to give a special thanks to Tetris for once again sponsoring all of the cash prizes for this year's event. And just so you know, Tetris is giving the viewers, you guys, the people watching right now, a chance to win some super cool prizes. And so to be involved in that and to give yourself a chance to win those prizes, go to Instagram. And I want every single person that's watching right now to open up Instagram and to go to Tetris_official. So that's Tetris_official on Instagram to learn more. So follow them and you will get a chance to win those great prizes. So thanks again to Tetris.
And another thing, if you love watching this classic Tetris action unfold and the drama and the players behind it, there is being worked on now a new documentary series called Best of 5, the Classic Tetris Champions. And I think a week ago, they opened up the Kickstarter and you can support it. We already made the goal, but there can use any kind of help that can be added to the goal will help create a better product. And so we're being brought to you by that documentary series. And in 2014, all of this footage was filmed, and Chris Higgins was able to work on it and edit it and turn it into more than just like a feature movie like Ecstasy of Order. Now it's actually a documentary series, and all the matches are being put into Vision with the score differentials, and we're recording new commentary tracks for it with myself and James Chen. And just seeing everything that unfolded back in 2014, a lot of results from that year changed the face of our community, and being able to tell that story and be able to present that to all of us, sort of like as a semi-sequel to Ecstasy of Order, it's just great to be able to see that come together. So if you go to, I believe it's TetrisChampion.com, you can get linked to the Kickstarter and check out the footage for that. And I think, Andy, do we have the trailer? Do we need to
run
the trailer?
In fact, let's do that right now, Chris. We'll be right back, and we should have game set up right after that.
Awesome.
All right, guys, you can see the final preparation. You can see Chris Forrest in that goofy hat of his with the other guy with the goofy hat. Getting this all set up. So just to give you a sense of where we're at, we're just about there.
Yeah, for a while, like the cameras are like flipping around like Tetris pieces. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, this is gonna be some great matchups going on.
Oh, there's Corian. Hey, Corian, what's going on, man? There's Reed. Hello, Reed.
Yep.
Hello, Leslie. And we're just trying to get Terry Purcell set up here. So just one more look here at the bracket while we get these guys set up. And yeah, we'll let that refresh and do that whole thing. Adam will fix it in post. Don't worry. There we go. So what's going to happen here is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the winner of the obviously the winner of these two matches that we're about to show you will continue on in the winners bracket, and then the losers will go down to this red bracket here. Those two spots all the way in the bottom left corner will be populated by these two folks who lose in this four-way setup, and the winners will continue on. And it's all going to sort of, once we get through that, it's all going to sort of come together really quick. So I think we are just about ready. So why don't we go ahead and take a look finally at
last week seemed like it took a lot longer. So for some reason I thought the quadrants were shared in terms of who ended up in the second chance bracket. So Mark versus Pepe could happen. It's just not yet.
That's right. All right, so we are just about there. We're just going to need readies from all four players, from Nerds, Terry, Corian, and Reed. Just a reminder for those of you who are actually playing. So I'm sending this message out to 18,000 people so that 4 people hear it. Don't tab away from Max Out Club once you have got underway. Otherwise, things will break. So I'm going to do that. We got Corian versus Reed. They are ready. Just waiting on Nerds here to adjust his camera. Now, of course, he's going to put his head in there and his hands won't be visible. That's how people do things. Yeah, exactly. See? And let's go. Whoop. And let's go ahead and flip Terry's cam before we get underway. There he goes. That's it. All right, he is ready. Well, I think we are all ready. We just need Nerds to indicate that he is ready on Max Out Club, and we can get
both. I got the online facts sheets up, and we've got Hypertap versus Das on both matches here. Corian being the Hypertapper on the match on the bottom, Reed being the Das player, and then Nerds being the Hypertapper, and Terry being the Das player.
All right, Chris, so we're going to go ahead and start. Well, we got to, it's very important that I show these player bios. Otherwise, Trey and Vince and Adam will have my head and they won't have me back for 2021.
Oh, man, it's also Asia versus North America on both matches. This is going to be exciting.
Uh-oh.
Nerds is a skateboarder, too. That's so cool.
All right, we're going to start the countdowns here. And Chris, we're going to try to do this again, a simul countdown. Right. You ready?
I hope, yeah.
All right. And 3, 2, 1. Tetris. We're going to get this right one of these days. Here's the strategy next time, Chris. All right, you just count down, right? And don't even listen to me at all. You just do your countdown, and then I will go.
An idea.
That's what I think we have to do, because what's happening is you're hearing, how like when you put headphones on and then you try to sing and you like are out of sync with your own voice and whatever.
I think it might be internet lag, because when I hear the rebroadcast, it's totally different than what I think.
Yeah. So you just plow straight ahead, and I will come in and accompany you, I think is what we have to do. We're going to get this right.
Yeah. Reed having to work through some holes in his stack. Corian stacking very efficiently, but we're still neck and neck down there. Corian with a Tetris, Reed taking a triple. Meanwhile, up on top, Terry with a super clean stack, banging down a Tetris. Nerds having to deal with a bit of... We'll have to do like a delayed tuck there, and he gets it. Now he's back to being clean. Along with a bit of a drought there, but we're neck and neck up there too. Early going. Pretty close games all around. Yeah, Nerds having to dig pretty early on, allowing Terry to take a 1 Tetris lead. 80,000 to Nerds 63,000. Reed banging down a column 7 Tetris.
So yeah, a lot of themes here. So, you know, Asia on the left, the U.S. on the right. We've got Tappers on the left, Das on the right, and then on the left, kind of frequent participants in the online scene versus more in-person live players on the right side. So.
Yeah, no, this is a really good one for, I guess, the rivalry clubs that are starting to form in our community. You know, when you have like younger players with a different play style versus the veterans. We're seeing a lot more discussion of that now.
Yeah, no doubt. And in fact, you know, there are various online communities set up, you know, for people to play against one another, including one of them actually called Classic Tetris Gangs, where you are supposed to get in a gang and play with your gang against other players. So if you want to find out information about that, you can go into the Classic Tetris Monthly Discord. We've got links to basically all the Tetris communities that are out there. And those of you who are watching and want to get involved in this, you know, you do not have to be on the level of these players in order to play competitive matches. It's something that's really open for everybody. So if you go on to, and not to promote my Discord, but that's kind of where all the action happens. We have a Discord server, and if you scroll down on the About page on CTWC Classic Tetris 1, you can find a link to it there. It's the only time I'll do that.
No, you should, because we wouldn't have what we've got now without the building of that community. Like the infrastructure and the practices that were put into place by what you were doing with CTM allowed what we're doing now to be possible, and we're all thankful. Oh man, Nerds with the early top out.
Oh no.
And he's got seized, and yeah, it just misdropped, and it's just stacked out of control, and Terry's good for his first game there.
All right, so Terry is good now. As soon as we get it ready, we'll start that one. Corian on the bottom, 321. Reed at 313, so pretty darn close, or neck and neck.
Yeah, it's really competitive on the bottom there. For only about halfway to transition. Corian stacking up a bit high, has to just do a couple of burns to take care of that. And Reed's in the lead, up by a Tetris now. Corian firing back, and we're even. 358,000 for Corian to 361 for Reed.
All right, just waiting on a ready from Terry. There we go. I think he knows.
Reed stacked up way high, having to dig back down. Corian's chance to catch up. He's up by 15,000 now as Corian. Yeah, Reed shaking his head. That's a tough situation to get over out. He has to get the right piece over to the left, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, no.
So Corian's going to take this first game.
All right, Corian with the heart.
Yeah, both first games there ending early with early top outs.
You know, I guess I don't want to give too much away, but there were a lot of long games last week on Classic Tetris 1.
Yeah, you rarely saw any early top outs last week, so maybe these players are tuning in, and there's maybe a factor for the newbies in the first rounds of the bracket.
I just need readies from Corian and Reed on the Max Out Club setup.
Terry having to deal with high stack early on.
Yeah,
Big spire in the middle.
A few lines ago, he put himself in a really precarious situation where pretty much he was all in on a long bar on the left side, and he got it. You know, so that's the only reason he's really here. And Nerd's really with a burn here too, so both players kind of putting themselves in tough situations early on.
Yeah. This is not what we've seen today up until now. Early digs. High dangerous setups. Terry can get out of this though. He's getting the right pieces. Some L and J dependencies. Luckily they gave it to him.
Yeah, those are some he's getting really nice pieces here. Now, of course, you got to be able to survive till you get those pieces, so all credit to Terry, but You know, once you finally wait around and get them, great feeling.
There's that nod.
But not out of the woods yet. Still needs a long word. Gets it and bang Tetris for Terry.
Tetris for Terry. Out of danger, but down about 2 Tetrises now. Looking to burn a dirty triple or Tetris there. He's gonna get Tetris ready just for a second there. Opting not to get Tetris ready there. He could have turned that into a Tetris, but opts for the safer triple instead. Split double, and he's drilling back down. Getting clean again, hopefully soon.
$185 for Nerds, $108 for Terry, and on the bottom, $94,000 for Corian, $76,000 for Reed.
Yeah, Nerds built a lead of about 50,000 points now. Terry finally drilling back to the bottom. Still covering up that hole in the bottom. Finally, he has a nice clean field, and he's looking to score again.
Yeah, Terry with really the heart attack stacking. Oh, Nerds with that hang on the top.
Yeah, he's going to take a triple there to keep things safe. And another triple.
Now, that's going to take some work for Nerds to work out of. And Terry is clean and built up really for 2 Tetrises. So if Terry can get these long bars here, this would really cut into Nerds' lead.
Yeah, Terry playing aggressively when he had to there, and that's going to allow him to catch up just a bit. Nerds now having to do the dig. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Corian's doing a little bit of digging himself. The scores are neck and neck, but Reed with a nice, clean play field. And Corian finally back to being clean again. A couple of holes here. Nerds looking like type B down there.
Yeah, and Terry's actually ahead now. Very slightly, basically neck and neck, and just with the game, you know, with the board state. And Terry with an advantage right now.
Right.
And boom, Tetris for Terry.
But yeah, Terry surviving that dig state and now able to capitalize. Nerds almost back down though. And we're headed towards the line 100. There's still time before transition to score. Meanwhile, on the bottom, halfway to transition, it's going back and forth. Reed now up just by 1 Tetris.
Nerds on top with the 2 Tetrises in a row in the third column for Nerds. And that's going to put him right back into neck and neck territory with Terry. Really building up high. Huge long channel in column 3 for Nerds and just those back-to-back long bars.
And Terry doing a bit of a dig again. This time getting out of it fairly quickly.
Nerds set up for a dirty third column Tetris and gets it. 321 for Nerds, 301 for Terry. And on the bottom, 291 Corian, 309 for Reed.
Yeah, Nerds showing some really good versatility and stacking there. Just being able to make a Tetris wherever. Reed now with the 2 Tetris lead down there. And Corian having to do a lot of singles and maintenance to keep his stack clean.
Yeah, Terry stack post-transition here, not looking very agreeable. Certainly dealable with, but, you know, the run of the wrong pieces here could... And he's actually line dependent. Oh, look at that. He gets a long bar down there. That's going to help a lot.
Yeah, Terry digging very skillfully out of that. And finally clean again. Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Terry. And Nerds with a nice stack. Boom, Tetris for Nerds. Up by a Tetris and a half now. 55,000 points ahead. 449,000 to Terry's 393.
We're approaching transition down the bottom here. Corian setting up for the dirty left well Tetris, 1 row off the bottom. So close to transition, and he gets it.
And Corian taking a triple, burning it down. See if he get safe for transition, which is going to happen in the next Tetris or next couple of line clears.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to burn all this away and not get too crazy here, but looking for the right piece, and there it is, the Z down the left side.
And now both players having hit transition. Reed has a lead of about a Tetris and a half. Reed down level 20, so ahead by lines.
Yeah, it was kind of an uneventful transition for Corian, but after all that was exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, I really deeply remember what happened to Corian in the finals last year. Came down to kind of an unsafe transition situation, so it's good to see that he's adjusted for that and played safe here.
Oh, and Reed's going to top out at 508. Now he's got a lead here of 18,000. One Tetris would do it from Corian. Corian needs to get to 509. And Corian building up high in the center, and now has to do some burns. This is not looking really good for Corian right now.
Whew. He has to get something over to the left. He just needs 10,000 points more.
I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And he's going to top out, and Reed is going to outlast Corian here. Oh, and Leslie tops out as well, and Terry was ahead.
We're seeing some uncharacteristic top outs here in both these matches.
I mean, it seems like they got somewhere to be or something. I don't know what's happening, but so Reed gets a heart, and Terry gets a heart.
Yeah. The Corian actually had a safe transition there, but just kind of let things spiral out of control. And I'm not even sure if it was aggression or trying to build a dirty well in a bad place there. But yeah, all he had to do was kind of just keep it low and survive.
All right, so we'll do a simul start here. Terry up 2 games to none over Nerds. Now, these are all winners bracket matches, so the losers of these matches will go downstairs into the losers bracket, and we'll continue on in this competition. Corian, I think, has now 2 Sonic towels. Have you noticed this? He's famous for having that Sonic towel, Sonic the Hedgehog towel, and now he's got, like, I think, another one.
You know, when you're a fan, you get what you can get, and if you find another good towel, then stock up.
I mean, you know, there's this whole thing, you know, like back in the days, like rock stars, you know, women would throw their hotel keys at rock stars. I wonder if people are throwing Sonic towels to Corian here.
Yeah, maybe looking to get a Sega sponsorship. Who knows? They've got their versions of Tetris too, so with Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 and all that. We used to think they were a sponsor for us at one time.
Players getting their initial setups here, building for their first Tetris this year. Corian 71,000, Reed 71,000 here in the early goings, and up top, separated by less than 1,000 points as well.
Reed banging down another Tetris. Corian starting to build up a little high and gets the log bar, makes another Tetris of his own. Pretty evenly matched, though.
Yeah, this does seem very close all around. Both of these matches here.
And it's odd that, like, the uncharacteristic early top-outs all happened kind of in the same place in the bracket, pretty much.
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of this structure here is, you know, players can have sort of an uncharacteristically bad game, but aren't automatically, you know, eliminated from the tournament here. So you're getting, you know, very talented players getting a second chance and saying, okay, well, now I've seen sort of where my head's at today, what I'm doing, like what I'm capable of, and now I can adjust and not having it be fatal for their tournament. We saw that, well, we saw some of that last week. I'm sure we'll see it this week as well.
Yeah, I definitely like being able to see more matchups, because in the past it's just like, okay, well, you're matched up against this player and that's the only match you'll get to see them play. But now you get to see, you know, 2 or 3 different matchups, and that's good, you know, given our international field, being able to see people from different countries play each other, and different parts on the bracket, and with different seedings.
And plus, it's just more Tetris, Chris. Some might say more Tetris than you can handle. All right, 261 for Nerds up top, 207 for Terry, and down the bottom, 224 for Corian, 257 for Reed. Basically about halfway to transition. If you take their current scores and multiply them by 2, you'll get an estimate of what their transition score might be if they kept this pace up.
Game on the bottom, halfway to transition. Both boards super clean, neck and neck. And Corian jumping into the lead just a bit. One Tetris up, 320,000 points to Reed's 288. Terry's stacking up high, ready for Tetris, but covers up as well. Getting a little flustered at the timing there, but bangs down the Tetris nonetheless. And another Tetris. Nerd's still up by 50,000, now 70,000, 370,000 points to Terry's 296. Getting to about the 100 line mark.
Corian was getting in a little bit of trouble up top. He was kind of high there and having to fling pieces over to the left and build a few gaps, but looks like he's going to be able to survive this and burn mostly back down to the bottom. Will be interesting to see if he burns this all away and tries to release that gap on the bottom or just play on top. Corian is somebody who you might see actually burn that down. Like, he does like to play from a good play field, and you often see him take a lot of burns to get his field back into a good state. And it looks like he's kind of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good skill to have. A lot of times you can just outlast your opponent, too, if you keep it alive long enough.
Having to put some gaps over on the left is Corian. It's going to slow him down a bit. Now, Reed has been able to take a lead here of 51,000 points, and Corian with some more burning to do. Finally, it looks like he's clean with his well transferred over to the right.
Yeah, Corian with the affirmative nod.
He likes it. He's pleased. Probably doesn't like burning all the lines, but he's not that far behind. He's less than a Tetris behind now after that Tetris. Reed's going to transition a little awkwardly.
Yeah, he covered up as well on the right. He's going to have to burn some... Oh, yeah, the right pieces unlocks it right away. Oh, and Nerds is going to top out. All right, so Nerds tops out 457. Terry needs to get to 458. And a little awkward transition for Terry as well. So Terry needs to get to 458. We'll see what he can do here. That's what he needs to open up the well. He just waiting for the long bar, but covered up the well.
Oh, Terry. That left side, so tough. The square and that L were the best pieces for him, and he got one. The square, anyway. On the left side. Oh, that right side for Terry is going to be closed off, and he's going to top out, and Nerds is going to survive here.
Yeah.
And Nerds is still here. Let's go ahead and give Nerds...
Terry with a reaction cam. But a great smile. I think he's enjoying the match.
All right, once we get ready, we'll start them underway. Down the bottom, 563, now 593 for Corian, 567 for Reed, so less than a Tetris separates these two guys.
Yeah, really close match down there. Both playfields looking good. Corian slightly behind on lines. About 10. He's got a little bit more time. As ahead by a Tetris and a half now.
Oh, what happened? What happened to Terry?
Huh?
So, he started on level 8. I think he's just supposed to. You should just start on level.
Yeah.
18. Just go ahead and start real quick. I think. I don't know. Well, actually, get the judges here. Judges need to solve this, not me.
Yeah, sometimes like the button doesn't register when you do the level select, and it'll start you 10 levels lower than you intend.
So this might... We'll just have nerds go until judges make a call on this. It's above my pay grade, Chris.
Meanwhile, Corian with a precarious high stack now. He's going to have to do some digging. He's still ahead by a Tetris now.
Right, so we can clear this away. It's so tough. All right, so up top there, Nerds and Terry are supposed to restart. So go ahead and restart. Nerds, you can top out. And we're going to restart. And we're all going to, you know, we're all going to look at Terry and laugh here. See what you've done. Down the bottom, 783 Corian, 739 for Reed, level 27. Reed back by a Tetris and a half. Corian with a lines advantage here. Tetris for Reed. Crucial Tetris for Reed here, but look at the bottom of his stack. Oh, and a mischief from Reed. That could seal it for Reed, honestly, and it's just kind of a cascading into a series of errors.
Yeah, Corian had a bit of problem there too, but he was able to get the Tetris.
And Corian is good.
Mm-hmm.
So Corian's going to outlast Reed. Just need a ready from Nerds and Terry. And we've got it. So let's just, we'll start everybody all at once, I guess. Or I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, we're just starting people. So we'll just let Corian and Reed wipe their hands, do the fingers, all that.
That's right, Alexi, do your fingers. That legendary quote.
Yeah. So we'll get him started up top. Why wait? You know, get him started.
Some hydration. I wonder what beverage of choice that is of Corian's.
Well, it's really early for Corian. You know, on the left side, Hong Kong and Japan, very early in the morning. So, you know, props to these guys for getting up this early. I'm sure very happy to be part of the second group here today. And a few extra hours of sleep. All right, they're ready over there, so let's start them.
Yeah, we're still in a match point on both of these matches here. Corian up by 1 and Terry up by 1. The Nerd hits the first Tetris, but Terry fires back immediately after. Actually, looks like Terry had a couple of Tetrises.
Oh, that's right. Nerds represents Hong Kong, but he might not be in Hong Kong at this moment.
Oh,
I think he might be I think he's in college in Texas, actually, now that I think about it. It's a lot to keep track of, Chris.
yeah, it is.
I mean, that's kind of a testament, though, to just how this has grown. I think, you know, maybe even a few years ago, it was sort of possible to know really all the players who were taking part. You know, what is it, 16, 32 players? And now, I mean, we have hundreds of people playing online matches, you know, every single month, you know, all around the online scene here on Twitch.
Right. And along with that online factor, you get online facts. So I'm looking at the online facts here.
Yes.
And they actually gave us the time zones that they're supposed to be in. So it says Hong Kong at 12:39 a.m., but we might need to make a new online facts entry for where they are right now.
Yeah, let's get Rory on that. Somebody take Rory to task for these dubious online facts.
But a big shout out to Rory for getting these online facts sheets together. And,
right. And Pumpy Heart, and there's a whole group of
Heart.
people on the stats team here this year. All right, down the bottom, we got Corian at 103. Reed's going to Tetris 146. And Nerds up top 192. Terry 215.
Yeah, Nerd's having to do some burns. Terry up by score slightly, but Nerd's firing a Tetris. Now we're neck and neck. And Reed looking for some clears there to open up the board again. Still similar scores down there too. And wow, look at our streams got over 20k viewers. Thanks for tuning in.
Well, really, why wouldn't they tune in? I mean, what else are you going to watch here on a Saturday? I mean, bowling. I mean, come on. This is the most exciting. To me, this is the most exciting sport that there is. I got to be honest. Just every 5 to 10 minutes, there's just like a heart-stopping moment. It's actually kind of dangerous. I'm getting kind of old, Chris.
Well, definitely we haven't seen anything yet, because along with the new mode in Tetris Effect Connected, people being able to play this format, and then people just kind of randomly seeing it, like on TV, like you'll have people seeing ESPN broadcasts of the CTWC, and they'll say like, well, what's that? And then now they'll have a way to connect the two, right? They can watch the games on TV and pick up the Xbox, PS4, PC versions of the game and be involved just like that now. And we didn't have that before, so I think that as more accessibility happens, we're going to see even more interest, and 20K is just going to be a milestone in that growth.
Yeah, no doubt. Now up top here, 389 for Nerds, 370 for Terry, so pretty darn close. Corian with some fighting to do here. He's got some garbage on top of his bottom situation, but that should clear down pretty quick once he can sort of uncover it.
Yeah.
Set up for a triple here, which he's going to take happily.
But yeah, Reed does take advantage of that, and now has a 1 Tetris lead. And ready to score again.
279 Corian, 325 Reed. Reed now 2 Tetrises up here. Corian's setting up, trying to get one of these back, but Reed keeps piling on. Finally, long bar for Corian. Did I say Corian? I don't know why I say that. I gotta turn up my monitor here so I can hear myself. All right. Yeah, Corian building up a little bit higher than you see him. A lot of times hyper tappers have the ability to, build up high like this, but Corian will, play safe and will take his burns and, does try to keep, his stack health high,
I do notice both Reed and Corian are playing rather conservatively, taking the burns, playing safe. We're not really at max out pace or anything like the games we saw earlier today, but they're in line with each other, which is what we want. Because then you can take advantage of the situation and have chase downs that aren't hard.
Yeah, no doubt. Now Terry's going to transition at 560, so that's a big transition pace for Terry right there in a tournament for sure. Any player would take that. And Nerds is going to transition up high, about 502, so looking for something to knock this down pretty quick.
Gets the right piece for that, and takes the triple to keep it safe. And perfect position for a Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Nerds.
538 Nerds, 587 Terry. Terry Tetris is 612. Meanwhile, they've transitioned the bottom game here. 432 Corian. Reed, 425. He's not going to get out of that. Reed is going to top out, and Corian's going to take this.
Yeah, Reed not in the best position for that transition, and it just snowballed really fast. But yeah, since we're in the winners bracket, that will just send Reed to second chance and see how...
Let's get Terry in frame here. My goodness. There we go.
Nerds with a few holes in his stack, allowing Terry to get a bit of a lead now, up by 2 Tetrises. And now Nerds with a clean board, having dug just a little bit, catches up with that Tetris just a bit. Terry ahead now by 1 at 678,000 points to Nerds 649.
Both relatively safe stacks now. Now, those of you who are watching, the players, Corian will continue in the winner's bracket. Reed is not out. Reed will be down in the loser's bracket. And we'll play the loser of this match, and the 2 winners of these matches will play against each other coming up like right after this. So This is a double elimination tournament. You have to lose twice to be eliminated.
Whew, Nerds just barely getting those boxes over. And you're gonna keep it clean. Terry in a good lead now, 2 Tetrises ahead. Now only 1, as Nerds fired one back there.
That's right.
Nerds line dependency gets 1, and boom, Tetris for Nerds. Neck and neck.
That's
Terry
right.
banging out Tetris.
Yeah, Nerd 736 and Terry 772 here on level 26, separated by just a line or two at any given time.
Yeah, it's become a really close match here. Gonna get down to the wire. Terry's board not in the best shape anymore.
Oh, Nerds was double line dependent here. He's gonna have to take the birds. That could really cost Nerds right here.
We got the L's and J's he needed for that. That left side. Oh, he manages to get the long bar, so he tears down the left side, which is what he really needed. Wow, he got clear.
So Terry's gonna need to set up, and he knows it. He knows he's gonna have to set up for a Tetris. He needs it. He's back by less than a Tetris. Nerds is not set up for one. Where is the long bar for Terry? Has to cover the well. He reopens it. Where's the long bar for Terry? He's gonna get it in. Boom! Tetris for Terry. See if he can set up for another one. He's got a lead of half a Tetris. Nerds is gonna have to do something on kill screen.
And Terry just stops playing, and Nerds gets it by just a hair.
Oh, and Nerds is about to collapse. And Nerds is forced a decider. Are you serious, man?
I'm telling you, man, when they're about to hit level 29, you got to set up those center wells just in case they come.
So Terry happy. You know, Terry he just wants to be, he's just happy to be here.
Yeah. That was a good match.
Wow.
Down to the wire.
All right, so Nerds is going to get the heart, and we have a decider, my friends. That's right. Terry and Nerds close to the camera. We you know, behind the scenes, we can see their hands. Don't worry, guys. If Terry's going to be this close, we can't have Nerds be this tiny figure, right? You can't give Terry the psychological advantage of being this big, imposing figure on the right, and Terry, this, you know, Nerds being all tiny. So you got to make them the same scale here.
Right. Ooh.
All right, we got 2 ready players, Chris. Why don't we do our countdown here for this decider? How about it? All right,
I'll just count down and you do your thing, and hopefully it'll all work out.
Yeah, you don't even listen to me, right?
All right.
3, 2, 1. Tetris. That was really good. That was like A- effort for us, I think. Right, that was our best one.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out on the recast. But I think it went okay.
Yeah, we'll have to capture that one so we don't have to do it again. We can just like play that one over and over again. That was the take, guys.
Chat seems to like it, so as long as they're happy, I'm satisfied.
All right, we're in a decider here now. Neither player will be eliminated from the tournament, but the winner will continue on in the winner's bracket. The loser will go down and play against Reed, which I don't think anybody wants to do because Reed really put on a show here for us, and you know, not going to be an easy victory for anybody against Reed, that's for sure.
Not much difference early on here. Nerds double line dependent, gets 1. And just needs a couple things to get him Tetris ready, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Terry. Up by a Tetris and a half. Nerds firing back. And Terry knocking down a Tetris, maintaining that lead.
And there's one for Nerds, so 101 for him, 120 for Terry.
Boom, Tetris for Nerds. Neck and neck. Terry definitely being one of the more animated competitors here.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And both players really shaking their head here at some of these moments, just with the stacks they're having to leave themselves. Nerds is going to get a nice long bar here to kind of sort this out a bit. But this should all burn away relatively easily. Just get... There we go. See if Terry's going to turn this into a center well. How could you not?
Yeah, that's a nice juicy one there. Getting hungry for it. Oh, and he covered the well just before the long bar came.
All right. All right, so Terry's going to take the double burn on top of the well and get the center well Tetris. So he's going to shift his well over to the right, hopefully. 186 Terry, 179 for Nerds. Terry actually ahead in lines. Just from, I think, playing up a little bit higher. Those pieces take less time to fall, so you get more of them. A couple of tucks here from Nerds, trying to get set up for his next Tetrises.
And Terry evening it up. We are neck and neck. Nerds having to do some burns, but fires back with the Tetris. Halfway to transition.
That's right. There's a transition that happens at 130 lines. The speed will increase by 50%, which is pretty darn fast. And very few people in the world are able to play that competently. And most of the people that can are in this competition.
Mm-hmm. And no matter what level of competitive skill you're at, the speed change going to 19, a lot of times it can be a determining factor in the outcome of the match. Sometimes some players get more aggressive and play better and pull away at that point. And if you're not set up and aren't set up low enough, then it could lead to an early top out, or that's the point. A top out is most likely as a player has to respond to that speed change.
So Terry at 312, Nerds at 329. They're pretty much tied in lines now.
Score slowing down a bit for Terry, having to do some burns. He's almost back down to the bottom.
All right, Nerds is finally set up here. Finally gets the long bar and boom, Tetris for Nerds.
And both players have clean play fields. So we cross the 100 line threshold. Oh, Nerds having to do a little bit of digging now. Terry looking really clean. All right, both players clean. Nerds with just a slight score advantage now. 384,000 points to Terry's 369,000. Less than a Tetris difference. Nerds banging down a Tetris, now up by one Tetris, now by two. Terry's built up for one. He just needs to get the right pieces. There's one. The Nerds firing back immediately. You're now a couple of Tetrises away from the level 19 transition. Both players set up for Tetris. Terry will hit level 19 going into that. And Nerds will take a single and then a Tetris, and still has one line to go. And is now all on level 19. Opting to take the single up high, having to be prepared to shift whatever the next piece is immediately to account for speed difference. And takes a triple and a double, giving up a bit of score for some safety there, but bangs down a Tetris right after, and is able to jump into the lead. 535,000 points to Terry's 460, up by now 100,000 points. Terry finally firing back with the Tetris. His board's in good shape, though. And Nerds also looking good, filling in those gaps. Having to take a double there. Terry in scoring position. Boom, Tetris for Terry. Still about a 100,000 point deficit.
Yeah, huge lead for Nerds here. There's still, it's still early. We've got about 70 lines until transition. We call it transition now. It used to be kill screen, and now in a lot of ways for some players, it's kind of just another transition. But
You call it thrill screen.
The thrill screen. Yeah. Well, you gotta call it something. Now players are playing on it.
Yeah, no kidding. And it is exciting to watch.
All right, so Terry 609, Nerds 634. So Terry's really cut into this lead while Nerds is burning. Just like that, just real quick, Chris, just while we were having our banter. Like, that's how fast things can turn. But Terry's going to top out. I think a misshift here. Yeah, it was an early dash shift, and then it just kind of lost dash. So Nerds is good. Nerds can go ahead and top out, and he'll be continuing on.
And that's just how precarious, like, you play hanging by a thread, and it just takes one misdrop, and I guess, Terry just felt like it wasn't worth continuing after.
All right,
we'll see Terry again.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at our bracket here, and we have this kind of janky, I'm not sure why that's happening, but give it a moment while it loads. There it is. Thanks, Internet. So just give me a moment here while I set up the next matches, and you're going to see all same 4 players just playing a different configuration here.
So I think that was a reverse sweep. Yeah. Wow. And here, Nerds was on the ropes for a while, and Terry just so close. For a couple of games, too. It was just a couple of line clears away from being able to hang in there.
All right, we're gonna have to get. Yeah, sorry about that. Bear with me, guys. Chris, maybe talk about Cogworks. I think.
Let's talk about Cogworks. So, over the years, you would have this little booth in our event space, the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and they've been doing a lot of research that ties into what happens to Tetris players. Like, how do their eyes respond? How do they move? How do they think when they're playing the game? So in addition to having fun and trying to win fame, our CTWC players are also helping out science. 5 years ago, Dr. Wayne Gray and his Cogsworks team from Rensselaer came to CTWC for the first time and were totally blown away by the impossible speeds and the impossible deeds of our CTWC champions. Ever since, they have been coming back each year to figure out more about how mere mortals can do what they do when they do it in Tetris. And so once again, shout outs to Cogworks and the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute for their involvement in and support in the CTWC. I even got this pretty cool red t-shirt last year from them. So Tetris being not just a game to play for fun, but a tool for science. Learning more about how the brain works and all that interesting stuff that's beyond my pay grade for how smart I need to be to understand it.
Most everything is definitely above my pay grade. I have not paid very much here. All right, so we're just getting our matches set up here. We had an issue with Reed's camera where somehow it tilted along to the side. Not exactly sure what happened, but getting that situated. Of course, the winner of this, now what you're going to see is the winner of the Nerds versus Corion will go on to face Dog. The loser of that will be sent down to the loser's bracket. You have to lose twice to be eliminated from these 8-player groups. And then once, last weekend and this weekend, the 8 players who remain will be shuffled again and will play again on December. Let's take a look at it. They will play on December 6th. So now tomorrow we will have more CTWC action. Once by the end of today, we will have determined 6 of our top 8, and then tomorrow we will have determined everybody. So we got 2 more to do tomorrow, including playing tomorrow. Chris is the current reigning 2-time CTWC champion, Joseph Saley. So he will be playing tomorrow. So if you want to see what the current world champ plays like, you're going to want to tune right back in tomorrow on this channel. And of course, the rest of the tournament as well on Classic Tetris 2.
Tomorrow is nuts. There's Richard, Boom Tetris for Jeff Moore, Moodoos. There's a lot of matches that people have been clamoring for tomorrow, and yeah, it's going to be great.
All right, I think we're about ready to switch over. So, ready?
Yep.
Whoosh. There it is.
And now we've got the international players playing each other, and the DAS players fighting each other. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. Hi, Corian. That was great.
All right, so I think everyone's in their right place. We just need readies all around.
Yep. A battle of, like they got the headwear on the bottom.
Do it. Oh, Corian, do it. Just do it.
I remember that in that broadcast. I was like, I don't know, it was last year, was it?
Yeah.
Can we get some words from Corian? He's just like, do it. And it's just like, the crowd went nuts. It's like it got the message across just with so much simplicity and so much, so easy to relate to.
Yeah, he's known for that in his online matches. Do it, just do it. You know, don't let your dreams be dreams. That whole meme from Shia LaBeouf. And we are underway, Chris.
Yep.
Winners bracket on top, losers bracket on the bottom. The bottom is an elimination game. The loser will be eliminated from this tournament. And on the top match, the winner will continue in the winners bracket. The loser will go back down to the losers bracket and continue on there.
And just a very even pace in the game at top. No score differential, no pushing down, just both players having made one Tetris. Now 2, 3 for Corian. Third's firing right back, just neck and neck and neck and neck when there's no point difference. Finally, just a slight difference in their scores. Reed up to an early lead on the bottom, but Terry's just waiting for Longbar to fill in that well. Stacking up high on the left. Big Drought. Ooh, having to drop a Spire in the middle, but he's good for 2 Tetrises there. Oh, Terry missing the spin. Now he has to clean up a bit. And Reed's gonna knock down another Tetris now with a 40,000 point lead. Up top are still neck and neck. I think Nerds might have been going for a spin there, but also missed it.
Yeah, Nerd's just going to have to take a couple of burns here to clear this down. Not sure if he's got a plan here to maybe build this up into something. Maybe he's going to build a column. No, he's going to burn this down.
Yeah, I think he's just recovering from a...
Yeah. I think he had designs on maybe, building something there, but kind of thought better of it.
Yeah. I mean, there was a column 9 well building, and then he messed up the spin, and that's what happened afterwards.
Oh, gotcha. Thank God we have Chris Tang here to actually look at the games, right? So.
Terry having to build on top of that well. He's going to hope to fill in that left side. That's always tough when you have 2 wells to fill in on the left and the right, and you need like complicated mix of pieces to solve it. He takes a triple there. Still needs a long bar, but he's going to skim it off the top instead. Finally putting up the well. He doesn't take the long bar to fill it in, though. He's really waiting for that J to fill in that gap perfectly, and it paid off. He's Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Terry. We are neck and neck. But Terry being really handling that pressure so well. And those piece dependencies working out.
All right, 317 up top for Corian, 275 for Nerds. Down the bottom, 220 Terry, 225 for Reed.
Still neck and neck on the bottom. Terry having to do a little bit of digging, but now he's Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Terry. Jumping into the lead finally with 1 Tetris. Now at 250,000 points to Reed's 232. Reed's going to be doing some digging before he's Tetris ready again. He's going to just hit a triple there. He opens up with a triple. And his board is looking good again. Nerd's playing up high. You need a couple of pieces to get back open for business. Oh, and it gave him 2 long bars in a row. Able to score. Corian now up by a Tetris and a half. 390,000 points to Nerd's 372. Now Reed, a bit piece dependent here, having to fill in the left side. He gets it open again. Some pieces, it just creates another well that he needs to fill with the next long bar, but finally gets it balanced, and now he's ready to score. Boom, Tetris for Reed.
And
But
boom,
Terry's
Tetris for
opened up-
Terry.
Yeah, Terry's been banging down Tetrises in the meantime, has opened up a 90,000 point lead.
And up top, super neck and neck. Corian getting a Tetriso, but up by just less than a Tetris over Nerds. And we are approaching the transition. Just about 110, 115 lines. Players start to think about what they want their transition stacks to look like.
Yeah, we're just 2 away, pretty much, on the bottom. Getting close on the top 2. Boards are looking good, though.
Tetris
And
for
Reed.
Corian, 1 line away from transition. See if he can set up for another one, but may have to take a burn because he's got kind of a jagged board. See if he can get some of these pieces. Yeah, and he's going to take the burn with the square. Probably the safe thing to do. And Nerds is going to Tetris into transition. So 541 Nerds, 559 Corian. Oh no, Terry!
Ooh, Terry just barely getting it over there. And, yeah,
Okay,
couldn't get it over. in
Okay,
time.
so Terry's going to top out 471. We're in a chase down situation. Reed needs to get to 472. 472 is what Reed needs to get. Up top here, 614 Corian, 576. Corian's got a Tetris. Now 602 for Nerds now. Both on level 21. Reed needs to get to 472. And you would think it would be easier. Oh, I know exactly what I need to get, but it kind of takes players out of their zone, right? Where they're just playing, and now all of a sudden they have this other thing they have to think about. You know, constantly look back at the scoreboard. So it's a blessing and a curse. And Reed having trouble right now.
Yeah, Reed just kind of getting mediocre pieces to do the job and not able to drill back down, and Terry's going to take one.
All right, hard for Terry. Up top here, Corian with a couple of Tetrises in quick succession. He's up by 2 Tetrises over Nerds, both on level 23. 739 for Corian, 672 for Nerds. Another Tetris for Corian. Nerds is set up for one.
Nerds just way up there. Trying to drill back down. Boom, Tetris for Nerds. Really getting that long bar at just the right time. Able to get back into safety.
Got a huge pace for Corian right now. 832
Yeah.
for 190 lines. This is
Max
1.1
out
million
pace here.
territory for Corian.
Yeah, Corian heating up now. Seeming to score increasingly better as the tournament progresses.
And we still have max out pace from Nerds here.
Yeah, no, this is competitive.
You've got about 250 to 270,000 points available to you once you hit 200 lines. So, but you got to play perfectly, you know, if you get that score and you want to max out. Now, Corian kind of running into some burning situation here.
And he's able to get it manageable again. Still up by 1 Tetris. Nerds catching up, though. The good board needing a long bar. Smart. Double wide. Gives him options.
And
Yeah.
Nerds is within 1 Tetris now of Corian. And a mischief from Nerds.
But he bangs down the Tetris back into safety. Neck and neck. And we're approaching kill screen here. on level 28.
Corion's set up for one. He's going to Tetris into the lead. Nerds is set up only for a triple down the right.
And he gets it over triple.
He's going to need to set up here. Corion is ahead by a little less than a Tetris.
Nerds gets Tetris.
So Corion is... Oh, no. Corion's going to top out 1,440 points in the lead. Nerd needs a long bar right now. Gets it, and Nerds is going to Tetris. Wow.
Wow. And that was potentially a double max out situation, and Nerds just barely getting that long bar in time, getting it over, and then nailing that Tetris.
I think Corion may have taken a few extra burns here, or may have, not kind of set up when he had the opportunity here. But no, yeah, Nerds is going to take it in a nail biter. Game one.
Right. That could have gone either way. Corion could have gotten set up, but I think he might have given up just a bit early on that. I think if he had taken a triple, I mean, he had to have kill screen either way.
We're seeing that a lot in this tournament where, where it's these decisions on 28, like, am I going to go aggressive and set up like center well and build on top of garbage or not? That's kind of making the difference.
It is, definitely.
All right, we got ready.
And it breaks my heart to see, like, if you set it up and don't give up, maybe you'll get it.
Well, we saw that from Nerds, though. Keeping that right side open, he went all in on that Tetris, which is exactly what he had to do. The long bar may not have come. It did, and he won.
Yeah. So definitely props to Nerds for hanging in on that one and seeing that victory.
Look at these boards down the bottom. Neither player really looking great right now.
Oh,
Reed's going to top out, and Terry's already good. Terry can go ahead and top out. You have dodged a bullet there because Terry was in kind of a high dig situation that might not have ended well. So Reed gifting him one there. And this is an elimination game down at the bottom. So Reed is up against it. Terry up 2-0. Chris, I don't know if I can handle this Tetris anymore. I mean, this is, I'm 43 years old. I'm in questionable health. I mean, do I need this?
I think that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, let's hope that's true, because otherwise I'm in trouble. All right, we'll go ahead and get the game started down the bottom.
Three, 2, 1, Tetris.
So Reed is
top.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, up top or neck and neck.
That is true. Corion 119. Nerds is going to Tetris 140. Corion's going to take the S scoop spin there. Set up for a Tetris. And boom, he's going to get it. Tetris for Corion.
Reed with some early holes in his stack. Pretty well organized, though. I think he's going to be able to dig out of that without too much loss. Terry's board looking great right now. Both players up top are hyper tappers, and the players on the bottom are DAS. Terry choosing to do some burns, keep it safe, and bangs down a Tetris. Reed now having to clean up just a bit. Nerd's way up there having to do some line clears. Ooh, and there's a missed shift that, wow, he was able to get that long bar over to fix that. But he's still going to need perfect pieces to dig back down.
Oh, no.
Ooh. Yeah, that's going to be tough to get anything over. He really needed like an L or a J for that, and it didn't give it to him. So Corion is going to take this one.
Yeah, gifting one to Corion, really.
Today is the day of the early top outs, because we weren't having that happen the other days.
All right, what was once a best of 5 is now a best of 3 up top between Corion and Nerds. Down on the bottom, we've got 170 for Terry, 117 for Reed. Reed's going to Tetris, though, 141.
Terry stacking up that left really high. but he has options to burn off on the right when you do that, keeping it all filled in. It's part of the strategy.
Terry, of course, a veteran of several CTWC tournaments, and kind of, I guess at this point, kind of the old guard. You know, I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, and which is weird. You know, this tournament's only really 11 years old, and you know, there's sort of like, you know, old players and new players, and it seems like 10 years ago. Like I can remember 10 years ago, like it was almost nothing, but.
You know, you get 2 or 3 years under your belt, you're already a veteran pretty much.
Yeah. Now Terry first max out back in 2014. Reed first max out just 2 months ago.
Wow. But he was able to take out Alex Kerr last year. That's pretty big achievement.
Yeah, for sure.
But definitely proof positive that, you know, no matter when you started playing the game, you can always improve. Just, you know, keep on playing, keep on studying and improving and believing. I think there's going to be new stories for what you'd call old players, and I'm looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're aware of the situation with Nerds' camera here. We got Chris Forrest, of course, making an appearance. There you go, Chris Cam. I swear if David Letterman were still on the air, then Chris would be like a recurring character at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're gonna get a we're gonna allow this game from Nerds. We were confident in his setup. So Nerds, if you're listening, please continue. Do not be distracted. Corian, continue.
Do not let the whoop cam.
The whoop cam.
Whoop cam.
107 Corian, 184 Nerds.
Wow. Reed having to deal with some burning. That's going to allow Terry to widen this lead up to over 100,000 points, now at 438,000 versus Reed's 320,000, which is going to...
All right, Chris with his little whoop there. Calm down. All right. Jeez. All right, Corian with the Tetris here, 139. Yeah, back by 114,000. And this is some efficiency from Nerds right here through 50 lines.
Yeah, you usually don't ever see a deficit that big in a Corian game. But Nerds is just on fire right now.
Hopefully not literally. We have no idea, no way to verify that.
But really hitting a stride, playing up high, and then just banging out the Tetrises and being efficient.
You bet. Terry's going to Tetris 533. He's 4 lines from transition. Reed on the cusp of transition, but kind of in a crazy stack here.
And down by 200,000 points.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. And not a good place for Reed to put any of these pieces. And he's in real trouble.
Yeah, that's really high.
That's going to do it for Reed. He's going to top out here. And Terry is already ahead.
By a huge lead, right? 215,000 points, and that's going to close that out. But a great performance by Reed, and again, good seeing, you know, growing roster of veteran players returning and improving.
Yeah, congratulations to you, Reed, for even for making it into this tournament. I think it was a real challenge and a real accomplishment even to get in with so many talented players. And Terry will be continuing on in the losers bracket. And again, thanks so much, Reed, and congratulations. We'll switch over to our riveting scene here with Corian versus the gray rectangle.
Nerds just playing up way high and just continually getting those Tetrises though and scoring. So that aggression just paying off right now. Corian down by 100k at 329,000 points versus Nerds 426,000. About 100 line mark. Nerds another Tetris just at rate going up 78%.
Oh yeah, 474 through 100 lines.
Yeah.
Now, a lot can happen. You know, 19 tends to be very decisive. It's an inflection point in this game. And really, Even for hyper tappers, one false move on 19 can really spell disaster. So there's not a lot of room. And Corian, with kind of a tough placement there, should be able to burn out of this, but it's going to cost him even more pace.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what he was going for there.
I think he was trying to tuck something in there and it just didn't tuck. So Nerds 547, 9 lines from transition.
And Corian not taking the dirty and opting to skim off the top a triple instead. And waiting for the J to throw down there. Finally, Tetris ready again. And opting to take a double into the Tetris, and he needs to get his house in order because transition is here with the next line clear. Nerds hitting level 19 safely. On a tear now, and yeah, Corian hitting level 19 as well. And I think he was saving his momentum for here because now is where he needs to get aggressive if he wants to catch up. He's now down by 153,000 points, now 178,000 points at 474,000 to Nerds just turning on the heat. 679k, up by 200,000 points. Yeah, things are just going really well for Nerds this game. Just consistent Tetrising. Wow, look at that fast spin. Really getting that into position.
Yeah, Nerds is just opening up this lead. Corian doing everything he can to just try to, get something out of this, but Nerds continues to build on that lead.
Yeah, this isn't a bad game by Corian, but it's just Nerds has just hit a stride where he's stacking so efficiently and with so little burning that, yeah, this score pace is going to be hard to keep up with, even for Corian.
So Nerds 770, Corian 627. Corian's cut into this lead a little bit, but has to build up, and Nerds is already built up.
Yeah, Nerds finally compromising with some triples and doubles there. So that's Corian's chance to catch up in pace, and then we're seeing it in the score. It's not 200k like it was. Now it's at 130. Boom, Tetris for Corian.
And yeah, Nerds burning a little bit. This has allowed Corian back into it, and so now you can see sort of a path forward for Corian. Nerds still not set up, and Corian just about to be. Nerds finally set up. Boom, Tetris for Nerds.
And boom, Tetris for Corian. Nerds still maintaining a bit of a lead now. Well, a little bit more than a bit at 134 ahead. But on max out pace. Now Nerds is stacked up a bit high and has to do some burns for those holes. And that's not a great spot to be in.
So Nerds is going to top out. Nerds will top out at 865. So Corian needs to get to 866. He's got room to do it. That's about 3 Tetrises at these levels. So Corian needs 866. We say that out loud so the player knows.
Yeah, Corian in the chase down. It's nothing he can't handle, but he can't sleep on it. There's one.
Oh, there's Chris Forrest. Thank you.
There's two. Now, Corian one away from chasing the score down.
He's got the Tetris set up.
There it is. Boom, Tetris for Corian, and he will take game 3.
I mean, that's this game, Chris, because, you thought Nerds had this thing the entire way, right? Where he's up to almost a 200,000 point lead on Corian. So then, a little bit of, just kind of trouble for Nerds, and then it just spirals out of control, and it gives a player like Corian a chance to get back in, even to overcome a 200,000 point lead.
And it seemed that mid post 19, Nerds took the foot off the gas and started taking a lot more safe burns. I saw a lot of triples and doubles.
Yeah, which not necessarily the wrong thing to do if you can keep surviving, but it was the fact that he had kind of built up a little bit and then topped out, and it still gave Corian the room. But I think from Nerds, that was probably the right thing to do with that big of a lead. You just don't have to be as aggressive.
But maybe that change in that play style when he tried to get back to playing aggressive again, it might have slowed down his not just slow down the ability to score, but caused him not to be able to adjust to having to score.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot, it's not this whole thing is not a matter of just, see piece, place piece, right? See piece, place piece, like make the optimal placement every time. There's a ebb and a flow. There's a connection between you and the opponent and what they're doing. And you still got to be able to gear up and gear down based on what your opponent is doing. And that's why we give so many score updates and, board state updates and things like that. So the players have a sense of that. But some of these folks will be screen looking as well. So it's going to be a moment here while we get Nerd's camera set up. So just bear with me, guys. We do have to sort of re-verify when there's a camera thing. Just as a game integrity issue, we do have to go ahead and reconfirm that they're playing on an approved setup and that there was no malarkey. And obviously we trust our players, but, we also just want to make sure everything's fair for everyone.
But yeah, that was a very different pace of match where Nerds just had the pedal on the gas just all the way up until the mid post 19 levels, and we'll see how he if he can apply that again, because the pressure was finally on Corian. You don't usually see a player like Corian ever down that many points, 200k range.
All right, so we're going to wait on readies from Corian and Nerds. And once we have those, we can get this match underway. Players playing out of the winner's bracket.
There's that Sonic towel that we keep talking about.
Yeah, a well-worn Sonic towel. He brings that with him to Portland. And fans want to touch it. They want to see, hey, where's the Sonic towel? Can I touch the Sonic towel? It's a weird totem here in the Tetris community.
Why not? I mean, I love it when players kind of bring their style with them, and seeing the differences in all of our players and seeing what they wear. Like Jonas with his leather bomber jacket.
Of course, Chris Tang with his whole setup there. Now, do you have a name for that? Because you have this sort of costume that you wear that's made out of like Nintendo accessories and things like that.
That was just I'm not sure which year you might be referring to. There's that one year where Vince told me to like dress up in something, so I made like kind of like a NES armor set.
Yeah.
So I had this big chest piece with a giant Tetris cartridge in it. So that was something a little different. I only wore that in 2011.
Well, but I seem to remember carrying around like a zapper gun and having a belt buckle made of an NES controller. Is that not a thing, or am I imagining that?
That was year one. Yeah, I wore that in 2010.
I think you got to bring that back out. I mean, this is.
Yeah, it's just a gray members only jacket and some gray accessories, and carry a zapper and an S pad around with Velcro to my belt. It's all good.
Yeah, I know when I saw that, I want to be this guy. That's what I thought when I saw that. Early goings here. We got Corian at 139. We got Nerds at 142. So neck and neck here as players get their initial stacks and scoring.
Corian stacked up way high on the left. And both players being equally aggressive this time. No major lead as of yet. I think Joseph is known for his Hollister shirts.
That's true.
Wonder if he ever got a sponsorship from them yet.
Somebody's got to work on that. He's got to get the right representation here, because you gotta exploit the situation while you can.
Yeah.
261 for Corian, 259 for Nerds. Super neck and neck here.
Neck and neck, yeah. I mean, we could, with the surge in popularity for what we're doing here, we could have an era where esports teams start to get involved and they start wearing team shirts and things like that. You haven't
I
seen
think
that yet.
I think the sky's the limit for what's possible here. And I don't know. I was kind of saying this even 2 years, not to toot my own horn, honk honk, but I was saying that, hey, sponsorship kind of thing is available, and players. I mean, you saw this happen in poker in the 2000s, where companies would buy spots on people's shirts and jackets, and I don't know. I think that is totally within the realm of possibility. I think the sky's the limit for this esport.
Yeah, definitely getting to look to the future here, because there's just so much going on in what we're doing. Yeah, we had no idea that it would get this big, and we love it.
I'm amazed that they even allow me to be involved, really, to be honest. Like, I am a sketchy character, but somehow they let me even be involved in it, so I'm super grateful. We got 361 from Corian, 345 from Nerds. Corian up 2-1 here in this winner's bracket match. The winner will continue on in the winner's bracket. The loser will go down to the loser's bracket. You have to be eliminated. You have to lose 2 matches to be eliminated from the tournament.
Winner plays dog.
Winner plays dog. That's no easy feat.
And I think loser plays Terry, right?
That is correct. I'm totally bluffing. Let me just look. So the loser will actually play Mark and Terry's going to play Pepe. So
okay.
Pepe's been waiting very patiently. After this match, we're going to go to our 2 losers bracket matches. And then we'll bring you the basically the winner's bracket finals. It'll be the winner of this versus dog. You can see what an advantage it is to stay in the winner's bracket. It's just an easier path. Well, easier in some ways, right?
Right. If you end up in the loser's bracket early, then you have to fight a lot more matches to stay in it. And we saw that last week. Some amazing outcomes there. I won't spoil it, but it's amazing to see a player play that many matches over the course of a day and still take it.
All right, 528 Corian, 437 for Nerds. We are approaching the level 19 transition. Speed increase any moment. 130 lines.
Corian up by 100,000 points. 552,000 to Nerds, 442. Nerds with a center well nearing transition. See what he does with this.
Yeah, he's going to burn this down. I think it's the right thing to do, especially down 2-1. Really just get a workable stack on 19 and take your chances rather than going all in that moment.
Nerds doesn't look too happy with having to do that, though. I think he wanted the satisfaction and just slipped away.
I think that's what a lot of sort of the psychological aspect of this game is, right? Is not getting too tied to your initial plan. I think that's what, happens for a lot of players. Oh, well, I've got this center well. Let me just hang on one more piece, right? And then that one more piece is the one that kind of wrecks your whole game. So it's just knowing when to duck in, duck out, and just having the wherewithal to change plans.
Yeah, I think the best players don't dwell. They're already on to the next piece and doing the best they can with whatever it is.
So Nerd's having to get some fights and pieces over to the left in order to burn the right side out, and he's still fighting here. And you can see just back and forth, left and right piece placements for Nerds.
Whew.
Corian 696, Nerds 518. And, that left side for Nerds, that's going to do it. He's going to top out, and he knows it. To try just, to get something over the left, but knows it's not going to work. And Corian in the lead is good.
And we're going to get that match a lot of people in chat really wanted with Corian versus Dog.
That's true. That is true. Corian will be advancing and will be playing against Dog.
Just at the complete opposite ends of the age scale. It's crazy.
Chris, I think we're getting some direction here from Vince about reading the Oni Maiko blurb. Do you have that?
I have it in front of me, but
okay.
It says, okay. Thanks to Onimiko for sharing his original beats during CTWC. You can subscribe to his music at Onimiko, that's ONYMICO.bandcamp.com, providing the music for us.
All right. Well, thanks so much to, I don't know how to pronounce it, but ONYMICO, Onimiko. We're probably doing it. We're probably saying like the complete wrong thing. No guidance, of course, on how to pronounce it. So there you go. But we're doing our best, guys. Now, give me a few moments and I will go ahead and set up the next series of matches. You can see them here. What we're going to do is we're going to play Nerds versus Mark, and then Pepe versus Terry. And then once we do that, we'll go into Dog and Corian, and then the winner of these, of this 4-player set here. So bear with me for a few moments while I get this set up.
And if chat can still hear me, I'm still here. Feel free to ask me whatever you want. So what does everybody think their favorite match is so far today? Aw, thanks. Thank you, Heather.
All right, so we need Mark, by the way, so we need to wrangle Mark.
See a few questions here. I'm not sure if the question's the correct one, but I have played Tetris Effect Connected, and I think fans of what we do here in NES Tetris are going to be super excited about it. And when I was playing it, I couldn't believe it. It's something that I really wanted to exist and never thought it would. So it was like having a dream come true. One thing that they don't talk about too much is they talk about the new modes, but they actually put a fresh coat of paint on the original Tetris Effect levels. So things like the Sandstorm level and like the pieces themselves, they're a lot more rainbowy and colorful now. The effects are nicer. So I was really happy to see that. It gave me more reason to play the rest of the game in single player and being able to kind of like relive just the original Tetris Effect experience with some better effects and more intense graphics. I'm not sure all the things that they might have improved or changed, so I'm looking forward to spending more time with it. Same or better than Nestris on MU? I think because all of the competitive aspects are together on one platform, like you have a computer AI you can fight against. So that convenience alone makes it so much more accessible than any kind of setup that you'd normally have, or you'd have to have like two Nintendos set up next to each other, or even just playing the regular NES. You don't have to get like a tube TV out. Being able to see the score differentials, like Vision differentials in real time on an actual game that you're playing on your system, that's kind of cool. It also tells you your drought at the end of the round. It doesn't have it on the screen when you're playing, but it does have it after the game is over. I think it also has a Tetris rate too. So there's different features than what you'd have just on a regular Nintendo that have been added. And also the ones that I guess some players like want to know what a faster DAS would be like, you can adjust those too. So that already has more variations and features and things to experiment with and ways to learn the game and play the game and experience it in a different way that even having an emulator does not yet provide. The lag is dependent on, I guess, the difference between your tube TV setup and your PC setup. So it's there, but it's not terrible. And also, what hasn't been seen is playing on an Xbox One X, because the architecture of that console is actually meant to reduce latency. And I'm hoping that it will close the gap and it'll be seamless. I will actually be doing, once I have an Xbox One X, I'll be doing tests to see if, how close it is to a tube TV and original NES hardware.
So we're getting an update here, Chris. It's Oni Miko. So shout out to Oni Miko. We're pronouncing it at least the way Vince thinks we should. So thank you so much for allowing us to use some of your music here. It's fantastic and adds a lot to the experience here. And also gift sub shout out here on the Twitch stream to Blaze CC with 6 gift subs. So thank you so much for that. All right, so I think we got a couple of really hype matches here. I think Nerds versus Mark is going to be very, very exciting. I think Pepe versus Terry, very intriguing. These are players, Terry kind of in-person CTWC vet. Pepe less of a known player to me, So I'm really curious to see how this dynamic turns out on the bottom.
Right, and Mark is super fast hyper tapper who plays super risky versus Nerds who in the last rounds like we really saw him turn it on. So also hyper tapper.
So we're gonna need readies from Nerds and Mark if they're listening. Please finish up your practice, and we can get this underway.
Chat asked Pepe where are they from, and that'd be Argentina. So we've got Argentina versus US.
Look at this. We've got a whole thing ready. Look at this. We're showing.
There you go, with the
There
flags,
it is.
yeah.
Thank you for the reminder. Trey especially is very upset when I don't give these. I think he spent a lot of effort getting these things made, and I don't show him, and he gets really upset. And who can blame him? All right, we got readies all around, Chris. I think we should get this underway.
Right. We could have a countdown.
We could.
I can average that. Almost synced. 2, 1. Tetris.
All right. Well, now something's happening in
we're gonna
Pepe's
have to-
cam here.
We'll have to see what the judges.
Yeah, judges.
Say.
We need to get an update from the judges on Pepe versus Terry before Terry gets too deep into it.
Meanwhile, Mark is going to hit a Tetris. Nerds is built for one, but he had to cover the well. And now he's open again.
All right, Terry, if you're listening, please go ahead and top out. We had a little technical issue on Pepe's side, so that 28-piece drought that you just survived, it was all for nothing. So please go ahead and top out here. We'll get that started again. Nerds and Mark, you are unaffected and you are perfectly fine, so continue along. Although Mark might wish he could top out here because he's in trouble up top.
I don't think anybody really wants to top out.
All right, so Mark getting that T-piece over to the left and that long bar over to the left. Like, how are they doing that?
Yeah, that's a nightmare dig being up that high, having to get things over both sides. Ooh, he gets the T, he gets the burn. But when it's so tight like that, every piece you put down covers up another hole that you need to uncover. But he's able to get the long bar over to the left, and he is in much more manageable shape now. Still putting weight on that well, though. Able to stack long bars just all the way to the left. And he's Tetris ready. Having to hold out really high up there. But being in dig mode so long, Nerds is able to jump into the lead. 72,000 now, 95,000 points into the lead. Mark almost out of this. Just needing a couple of the right pieces. There's one. He gets the right facing piece. There it is. And Mark's open for business. And there it is. Boom. Tetris for Mark. After the dig, now down 89,000 points. Nerds at 221,000 versus Mark's 132. Both stacks looking okay. Mark looking to do a tuck. He does.
All right, once
Boom,
we
Tetris for Nerds.
get readies from Pepe and Terry, we'll bring them back in here. There's an internet connection issue on Pepe's side.
Okay. Mark trying to get the box over to the left, but smartly having to burn down a bit before addressing that. And he clears it off skillfully, as expected. And he's Tetris ready again. Nerds now with a couple of lines to dig. And this is Mark's chance to catch up. Now ready for a Tetris. Waiting for a long bar.
Yeah,
Getting droughted. 23.
23-piece drought. Now he's got stuff on the left and the right. It's going to burn away.
And boom, Tetris for Mark. Finally able to capitalize on waiting and building his stack super high. Just getting 3 Tetrises in a row like that catching up just a bit, now down 69,000 points at 256,000 points versus Nerds 326,000, down 70,000.
Mark piling up those long bars over on the left side.
It's a left side dumper.
Well, someone has said, I've heard some good players say that if you ever place a long bar horizontally, you've wasted it. Even if it's not used for a Tetris, it's much better to be used vertically than horizontally. I have no idea if that's true, but I hear people way better than me say it, so I'm just going to believe it. 374 Nerds, 305 for Mark. He's going to Tetris 328, so Nerds is up by about exactly 2 Tetrises now. We're still having a little bit of issues on Pepe's side, so stay tuned, folks. They will be back in a moment.
We're starting to near transition. We're about 15 lines away. For Mark, at least. And both players are clean and scoring consistently now. Mark only down by a Tetris. Has caught up a bit. Nerds field looking good too.
Yeah, Mark about to transition, trying to squeeze one last Tetris out. His board's getting a little bit messed up, so we'll see. He's going to hang out for the long bar and end up having to take burns.
Ooh, he's going to take some burns up high. He's one line away, and that's a bad place to transition.
Oh, look at that long bar over to the left. Totally saved his game here. How did he do that? It's probably the fastest piece I've ever seen.
Yeah, Mark just narrowly getting out of that. Now with the staircase hole situation, having to deal with our alternating burn shelves to dig back down. This is Nerd's chance to... Oh, man.
Oh, no, that left side for Mark. Now, I think he can get a piece over there. But, oh, no, he keeps putting stuff on the left, and he won't be able to now. And Mark is going to top out, and Nerds is good.
Yeah, the compound hangs there. Sometimes you can get a piece to lay flat, and then you can drill back down that way, but he was trying to, I don't know, probably stick the J piece down there, and it got hung too.
All right, so we're going to need readies from Pepe and Terry. Chris has insisted, hey, I want to be on stream until we get a ready that actually works from Pepe, just in case. So let's get readies all around. Terry, Pepe, Mark, and Nerds. Nerds up 1-0 over Mark here. And we'll give a moment here to see if they can get ready down the bottom. We can have Chris sub in for Pepe, just in case. All right, we're going to start them all here.
Okay. So we're still at no games played on the bottom.
On the bottom, that's right. 0 games have been played on the bottom. Chris, of course, Chris doing his shtick.
1.
All right, so we've got Pepe here. Hopefully this works. We got Terry's friend walking in front of the... Get out of there, Terry's friend. Jeez.
Yeah, some setups have background characters. They can either act as support or encouragement or distraction.
Yeah. Some, I remember in Classic Tetris Monthly, Ben Mullen, of course, the great Ben Mullen participating, and had some family and friends over, one of whom was just showing off this big old belly. So he's just, we call him Belly Friend now, and it's become kind of a generic term for someone in the background as a belly friend. So I don't know, it's pretty weird. It's a very weird scene at times, Chris.
I know that some people who are streaming on Twitch, like they might be talking to their channel and stuff like that. I remember when Joseph was playing, I thought he was actually running his own commercials on the stream, so he was like choosing to get those ad dollars rather than getting another game in, but that was actually doing it.
All right, so we got 4 games here that are all started and are all playing, so that's a good thing. So Nerds on the top, 118, Mark 84,000, and on the bottom, 124 for Pepe, 140 for Terry.
Yeah, Nerds up to an early lead, just 1 Tetris now. But Mark having to build a bit dirty, and he's going to knock down a Tetris there, getting within almost within neck range, but Nerd's hitting another Tetris.
Mark seems to be clear now and closing the gap against Nerds. Nerds got a little bit droughted, so that helped Mark out a bit. Oh, and of course, Paul Yo's roommate, who's just lying in bed behind him. That was another famous cameo. Just lying in bed looking at an iPhone.
I wonder if they're watching the tournament online. I mean, you can have someone watching the stream, and
That's
then
true.
maybe help provide real-time score updates. I wonder if anyone's been doing that. I think I might have seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But we got Mark kind of in a burn situation here. Getting this burned down, but it was really looking pretty dangerous for him for a while. It looks like he's out of danger right now, but he is here, and he is burning it down, but this is still going to take some lines and pieces to do. Nerds 294, Mark 178, and Pepe 314, Terry 317, so neck mode.
Neck, yeah.
Neck mode engaged at the bottom. Now this is...
Terry
Oh, go ahead.
Terry with some physical neck protection there.
That is true. Just in case. If it gets too neck and neck, I mean, it probably makes sense to have some protection. Now, both of these games are in the loser's bracket. Whoa. Something happened outside of my house. I don't know what that was. Did you hear that?
Yeah, it sounded like like a car crash or something. I don't know.
I don't know, or some explosion. I'll be on the floor now, everyone. 335 for Nerds, 277 for Mark, and on the bottom, 372 Pepe, 388 for Terry.
Yeah, still a close game on the bottom there. Approaching 100 lines on all the games. Nerds playing way up there. Aggressively.
Yeah, that was a real life boom, guys.
Terry with a line spin. And Pepe with a Tetris. Almost an even game on the bottom.
Terry with emphatically in favor of that long bar that came, that's for sure. He's going to transition the well to the right. All right, nobody top out. I'll be right back, guys.
Game on top is trying not to top out, but man, Mark with a dirty Tetris like way up there. Maintaining his aggression, but Nerds has pulled ahead a bit. Up by one Tetris. 402,000 points versus Mark's 374. Mark's still up there. Having to take a double to burn that off. Trying to drill back down to the bottom. It's not giving him, keeps giving him boxes when he needs something else. He's got a big spire in the middle and not giving him the correctly facing pieces. This is some tough pieces for Mark here. Oh man.
No.
And he impales himself on that. Not able to clear it out, and Nerds is going to take game 2.
Mark clearly not happy with what happened there. All right, the right side. We got 596 for Pepe, 574 for Terry. So super close game down here
Very
on the bottom.
close game, yeah. And even through transition, just hasn't budged much.
Now, just a reminder, these are losers bracket games. So these are elimination games for all these players. If you lose, you are out of the tournament.
Mark, I guess, for something. Okay, he's back.
All right, they are ready, so let us get it going.
Terry now having to drill back down, and Pepe taking a lead. Probably the most substantial lead we've seen in this match so far.
Oh, Terry with some early shifts here.
and yeah, not able to clear out that left side. So Pepe's going to take game 1.
Yeah, Pepe is good. You can top out. Man, let us get a ready while we can from Pepe just before internet stuff happens. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. All right, here we go. 2 readies. I love it.
Okay. Three, 2, 1, Tetris. And, Mark a bit on the ropes now, down 2 games to Nerds, who's been, in my opinion, Nerds has been hitting a stride and getting better and better with each game. We haven't had to see too many games play to the kill screen lately.
No, but see, I think that's the virtue of this format, Chris, is, Nerds, obviously down here in the losers bracket, it didn't go quite the way he wanted, but now sort of adjust, able to take a moment and just kind of see, all right, what do I need to do? And just regroup and then come through and put up a good performance.
Sometimes it takes a few games for a player to kind of get up to their potential during a tournament run. I think we saw that with Jonas, too, the other day. And sometimes your Tetris gets better, the more warmed up you are.
Nice burns on the right side for Terry to keep his stack low. Cleared out the right side. Tetris for Pepe, 94,000 for him, 74,000 for Terry.
We're neck and neck up on top. Nerds with a really high play field, aggressive, and Mark trying to dig to a cleaner field. Yeah, Nerds being efficient, taking a triple there, but still Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Nerds. Right back into the clean play field, and Mark having to play one line off. Boom, Tetris for Mark. And Mark now opting to drill back down, take care of that row 1 line. Set up for Tetris in column 2. Boom, Tetris for Mark. And he's going to transfer his well over by clearing out those lines. And Nerd's having to deal with the covered well here. He's going to skim off the top and drill back down.
Man, he's set up for a dirty center well Tetris. And he's going to get it.
It's a triple.
Well, he's going to get the triple then. I don't know if you can all see this. Very tiny screens that Chris and I have to look at. I'm not getting any younger, and the eyesight is going, Chris.
Nerds with a super clean play field again. Up now by 47,000 points at 267,000 points versus Mark's 220. Mark's going to have to do some digging to get back down. Halfway to transition up there, while in the game on the bottom, Pepe's got a 1 Tetris lead, 285,000 points versus Terry's 249,000. Pepe scoring another Tetris there, widening the lead. Terry's got a good board.
Yeah, but someone who does not have a good board right now is Mark. Mark trying to clear this away, but these kind of LJ dependencies and then having to get pieces over to the left, and it's just kind of a mess. You can see this is going to be, 17 to 20 lines of cleanup for Mark here.
Yeah, Mark having been in cleanup situations like this the last few games, kind of been plaguing him. And yeah, Nerds is just going to pull ahead with that. Mark dependent on the long bar on the right side. Gets it, barely gets it over. Boom, Tetris for Mark. Super filthy Tetris there. And with that is able to at least get his play field survivable again. Ooh. Untimely box into the T-spin, keeping it clean. That helps a lot. But still really now L and J dependent. Able to fight back down just a bit. And with that triple, gets back into safety.
Oh, Terry's gonna top out here 349. I was mesmerized by Mark's down stacking here. In the meantime, Terry tops out. Pepe gets the heart.
And yeah, that evens the series on the bottom. No, that's Pepe up by 1. No, 2 now. Yeah, I'm totally messing up there.
Terry's saying he's gonna get 3 in a row right now. He's going for the. He wanted this from the beginning, I think.
Terry is prophesizing a reverse sweep, I guess, and see how that works out. I mean, sometimes that'll happen.
He's got Pepe right where he wants him. So Terry, we need you to be ready. Mark's going to transition here up a bit high.
Yeah, Mark's been fighting his playfield all game long. Nerds with a huge lead now, 164,000 points up at 465,000 over Mark's 303,000.
Oh, the long part on the center for Mark, huge.
Big dirty Tetris there from Mark, and he's drilling back down finally. And Nerd's playfield is still clean. Ready for Tetris. Boom! 200,000 point lead now at 541,000 points. Just over a max out pace.
Now, will we see Mark actually get back down to the bottom of his playfield? It looks like it. And finally, he's over on the right side, and boom, Tetris for Mark.
Now, if Mark can maintain this momentum, he still has a chance.
Yeah, not over by any means. You know, level 21, level 22. You've still got, 70 some odd lines until the kill screen. Mark setting up a vertical tuck setup there.
Ooh. Mark getting the right pieces to clear that, but he needs a long bar badly. Gets it.
Oh,
a couple of holes stack.
Terry tops out again.
What is going on? Wait, is that?
Terry topped out again. I totally missed it because again, they just started, and I was like, well, we can watch Mark for a while. All right, so Pepe's going to advance. We got Nerds and Mark here. 673 for Nerds, 480 for Mark. It's kind of getting to the point where Nerds just kind of needs to survive. Oh, look at that. Flipping that T over there.
The aggression. Had a couple of misplacements there. He could dig out of it, though. A lot of holes. Oh,
no. This could be the opening that Mark needs. So if Mark can play perfectly from here on in, he can win this from Nerds. Nerds is going to top out at 736. And Mark has runway here. This is doable. This is 200,000 points.
It's got to be pretty much Tetris's all the way, though.
Yes. Yeah, he can do this. 172 divided by about 30 some odd thousand. This is possible.
And he needs this to stay in.
And he can't really burn. And if he doesn't, he's out.
Ooh, nice spin there. He needed that.
And he's fighting a drought right now. He gets the Tetris. So he's 129 behind. I mean, any burn here is so hard for Mark right now. He's only got room for 2 before kill screen, so he's going to really have to set up. There's 1. Needs to set up for 2. He's going to take it and see what he can build. He needs 2 right here.
He can only manage a single.
Oh, no. And Mark, Mark just had to take too many burns on his way to kill screen. If he could have saved himself a couple burns, this was possible, but there's just, there's just only so much you can do.
And that's right. So much digging early on in that game set Mark back by such a wide margin. And Nerds kept up the aggression and had a situation where, the misdrops just stacked on top of each other. And that was Mark's chance to catch up, but it was
all right.
Tough situation.
I just want to give everybody a sort of update here, Chris, on what the bracket looks like. This is the part that Adam will edit out. But coming up in our next group is going to be Dog versus Corian. And we want you to watch a little something here, and we will be back after this.
This is the classic score attack mode in the upcoming release of Tetris Effect Connected, which runs on an Xbox or PC, which is kind of a landmark moment in the history of classic Tetris. Why is it significant? Well, it's meant to be just like a match of the classic Tetris World Championships. But despite what these slick re-renderings of the game may suggest, these guys are not playing a modern release of Tetris. They're playing NES Tetris from 1989. Literally on equipment from back then. Original NES consoles and CRT televisions are what's used at the tournaments and what the top competitors typically play on at home. Another complication is that the tournament's format was originally developed as kind of a makeshift way to determine the world champion of what was originally a single-player game. NES Tetris's multiplayer mode was never actually completed and only exists in the official release as an unfinished relic in the source code. The classic Tetris World Championships just have people playing games on 2 separate cartridges. So if you want to play at home with someone like this, you'd have to get 2 whole setups. And if you want to play a match with someone online, the community has resorted to both players individually live streaming their games and then a third party combining both of those live streams into a third live stream and providing score updates through the commentary. It's a bit of a process. So Classic Score Attack has a lot of things that simply haven't been available before. It's the first time this exact multiplayer Tetris format has been included in an official release of Tetris. The mechanics of the spins, the look and speed of the levels, the scoring system, the quirks of the delayed auto shift, it's all the same. And like the other modes in Tetris Effect Connected, that includes the ability to play local multiplayer, play private online matches with friends, or opt into a ranked match where you'll be paired up online with someone from your skill level. Getting a 31-year-old game onto a modern release wasn't easy for a whole host of reasons. But one of the classic Tetris scene's biggest stars was part of the team at Enhanced Games that made it happen.
There it is! Oh no! Oh no! Tetris for Green Team! Double bags out!
This is Tomohiro Tatajima, more commonly known by his screen name Green Tea, who is the multiplayer lead game designer for Tetris Effect Connected. I sat down recently to talk with him about his history with the game and how Classic Score Attack came to be. So how did you get started playing NES Tetris?
In the first place, I am a big fan of Tetris, and I love playing various kinds of Tetris games, regardless of if they're old or new. 3 years ago, one of the CTWC competitors in Japan introduced me to this game, and I had a try. It was only several games until I became addicted. Since then, I started playing NES Tetris seriously. As I learned how the delayed auto shift system works, the characteristics of each piece, I found the game more and more attractive and I could not stop playing it.
If you're unfamiliar with how a match goes, it's pretty straightforward. Both competitors play a game and whoever has the highest score at the end wins. The highest priority is getting as many Tetris line clears as possible, as they're worth way more than singles, doubles, and triples. The strategy comes from both players pressuring each other on when to pace themselves and when to be more aggressive, like 2 runners on a racetrack. And the finish line is whenever the levels get too fast for you to handle. Generally, level 19 is the limit unless you're an expert player, and level 29 is the final barrier for all but a select few who are the best in the world.
Oh, extra Tetris! And level 30! Yay, perfect game!
So how did it get decided to include Classic Score Attack in Tetris Effect Connected?
And we Enhanced got really impressed by the Classic Tetris World Championship and its community. When we decided to make some new modes for our updated Tetris Effect, it felt very natural that one will be the Classic Tetris inspired mode. But there was one concern. Is it okay to include a non-standardized rule in a modern release?
So the issue at hand here is that beginning in 2001, the Tetris company introduced an annual set of rules called the Tetris Guideline in order to standardize the mechanics across every Tetris game. So every new release is supposed to follow these rules. A lot of the mechanics, such as the ghost piece that previews where your piece will drop, the hold chamber where you can save your current piece, these aren't in NES Tetris. It's a game that predates the Tetris Guideline and even the Tetris company itself. But including the game in its original form was very important, as the challenge of playing it that way is what a lot of the strategy of the competitive scene is built around.
It took a very long time to resolve this, but finally, we got a special approval, and including Classic Score Attack in Tetris Effect Connected became reality.
Awesome. So, what were some of the challenges in adapting NES Tetris for a modern release?
One challenge at first was to know how exactly NES Tetris works in order to replicate the system of the game faithfully. As a game designer of this project, I did a detailed investigation to make the system clear, such as in what order the input is processed, or how many frames the game should wait for after placing Tetrimi nodes. I also included some weird behaviors or what could be thought as bugs of NES Tetris into this implementation.
One of those unusual behaviors is the RNG, which is generally shorthand for how the piece sequence is generated. In the Tetris guideline, the rule is that you'll get one of every piece in cycles of 7. This is called 7-bag. For NES Tetris, that concept wasn't around yet, so the goal was to simulate true randomness with the pieces, so you have to be prepared for anything. But because computing power was limited back then, there's some approximation in the mathematical expressions, so it's almost completely random, but not quite. Now, most people aren't going to know the difference, but to people who take the game seriously, knowing that those mathematical expressions are being used is important, and knowing that they're playing the same game.
For random number generator, we don't use the same system as the original, which is called LFSR, but how the pieces are chosen from generated random numbers is designed to be completely same as NES Tetris. Another challenge was how you integrate this system to existing Tetris Effect system. Tetris Effect is designed to fit the modern Tetris rules. Also, the game doesn't expect to be run on fixed frame rate, since it supports various platforms including VR.
For some context here, the timing of everything in NES Tetris revolves around the NTSC color encoding standards for analog televisions, which gives a frame rate of 60 frames per second. This consistency is what allows top players to pull off moves that require frame-perfect precision. But Tetris Effect's frame rate isn't always constant.
Our chief programmer did a really great job about that. The core game logic runs on fixed 60 frames per second while supporting variable rendering frame rate. The mode also features some audio-visual effects, as in the original Tetris Effect, while the puzzle part is exactly like classic Tetris.
But a question some top-level players might have after all of this is, well, does it really feel the same when it comes down to it? Can you still play at a high skill level in this version?
Of course, admittedly there is some latency compared to original NES and CRT television, which might be noticeable for the players of NES Tetris. But using a low latency LCD monitor, you can reach close to the feeling of the original equipment. And if you're playing on PC, I strongly recommend to go to graphic options and to set VSync off. This will reduce a large amount of latency in most cases. You can even reach a maxed out score with DAS playstyle in this mode.
Greentea wasn't kidding. Shortly after our interview, he sent me a video of what I can presume is the first ever million-point score, or max out, gotten on this mode. And for what it's worth, when I got to test out the game, it felt the same to me. I was able to get similar scores to what I normally get on an original console. But one of the hidden benefits of all this is, after all the work to faithfully replicate the original game, it also gave the designers the ability to add some additional options that were never there before. If you want to practice for the Classic Tetris World Championships, of course, you aren't going to want to change these settings, but if you want to, here's a rundown of what you can change. If decide to slow increase the speed. Sequences get to be a little bit too frustrating, you can switch it over to 7-bag if you want. You can also toggle on and off a 2-minute time limit for the player with the deficit to chase down the leading player's score after they top out, giving pressure throughout for both players to never get too far behind from one another. If you want to marathon on one level indefinitely, you can do that. If you want to adjust how much each line clear is worth, you can do that too. And if you've got some time, you can even increase the number of games it takes to win up to 99. Another question I've been seeing from the community after the initial announcement about this mode is if there's a single player option, to which the answer is technically no, but in practicality, yes. Because there's no garbage sending in this mode, the two games on the screen don't directly interact, so you can set yourself up to play against an AI on the loading screen and then just choose whether or not to pay attention to the AI's score. And there's actually a whole other similar mode on this game that I haven't even talked about yet, which is Score Attack. So this mode is the same in that it's got the NES color palette, and you win by getting a higher score than your opponent before both of you top out, but this mode has all the Tetris guideline rules, like the hold piece, the ghost piece, multiple piece previews, etc. So if you're more familiar with that, this might be the mode for you. So here, Tetris line clears are still valuable, but even more important now are T-spins, because they're more efficient in getting you points with only spending 2 burned lines, so you won't move up to the impossible speeds as fast. Which, full disclosure, this is not footage of me playing, this is green tea. This is what it looks like when I play out that level. Oh dear. Yeah, it's pretty darn fast. Anyways, I'm looking forward to how these modes are potentially going to integrate into the classic Tetris scene, because a lot of people in the community weren't ever sure something like this would be possible, both from a logistical and legal perspective. So I'm really glad that Green Tea and the rest of the team have put in the work to make this happen and to really try and focus on making this happen right. Tetris Effect Connected is coming out on November 10th on the Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and on Windows 10 PCs through the Microsoft Store. It's also on Xbox Game Pass, so if that's something you have, that's a way to get it without even having to pay for anything. Anyways, I will see you guys in the next deep dive video, and thanks for watching.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging on. There was a little bit of a confusion there about the break and whether this video will be played. So my apologies for that. Blame Vandy ruining Tetris. But we will be back in about 32 minutes for the players and the commentators and judges and everybody to take a bit of a break. So we will be back. And yeah. We'll play some music. Now, Classic Tetris 2 is about to start up again. So go watch Classic Tetris 2 and then come right back here. Do an exhibition max. Skip logic. I need a break, okay? I am hungry. Yeah, thanks, Moodus. All right, I'll be back. All right. Hey, everybody. So we are making our way back here. So we'll give some time for people to filter over. Just trying to set up one last player up here, and we will get this underway. I'm pretty excited. Pretty darn excited. I don't know if Chris is here. I'm not hearing Chris. Chris, do you want to, I think you're talking, but do you want to, yeah, do you want to leave and come back, Chris?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
You sound great.
Thanks.
I missed you. All right, we're going.
Pizza's full of pot pie.
Ah, nice. All right, we're out over the air, so everybody knows you love pot pie. Now, is this a chicken pot pie?
That's
or...
fine. It's chicken pot pie.
Oh my god, everything chicken on this channel. I'm known for chicken sandwiches. You and your chicken pot pie. All right. So yeah, we're just still getting dog set up. I think we got him on cam here, so I think we are just about ready. So
Yeah. This is gonna wrap up a amazing day here on Classic Tetris 1.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I think these matches coming up are going to be pretty darn high, particularly, I mean, obviously both of them, but particularly of interest, I think, is a matchup that many people have noted that they want to see, and that is Dog playing Tetris against Corian. So that is happening.
Dog's practicing by playing level 19 type B, was it difficulty 5?
Yes.
Which, you know, barely a few humans in existence have ever passed. So I'm not sure if that's, you know, flexing power, if he's trying to intimidate Corian, or if that's just how he warms up, but that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, he's kind of a sicko. I mean, a lot of these kids are with, you know, playing up that high, and it's pretty amazing. So, all right, so it's going to be Dog and Corian, and then Nerds versus Pepe. The winner of the top match will remain in the winner's bracket. The loser of that match will head down to the loser's bracket to play the winner of Nerds versus Pepe. So if you can understand that, you should probably work for NASA. But I believe that this all makes some sort of logical sense, and hopefully it does. And then then basically the winner of the of that match will play the winner of the winner's bracket in our grand final. So we're pretty much near the end of this thing, Chris.
Yeah. I remember holding up a sign in the first year when we were getting down to those last few minutes. The end is near. And Tetris is a game of doing the best with what you've got and imminent death.
No doubt. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a look at all this stuff as they get situated on camera, set up. We got Nerds is shooting some 3-pointers or something there. There we go. Corian's there. We got backwards Corian from the Mirror Universe. But he's facing his pieces, so that's what's important. Cool. Well, Chris, I think we are ready to get underway. Yeah. I also, before we get this started, I just want to, you know, make sure that we have made sure to express our gratitude to Tetris, right, for once again sponsoring all the cash prizes for this year's event. Tetris is giving you guys, the viewers, a chance to win some super cool prizes. So be sure to go over to Instagram, which is my favorite social media platform. Go over there and look for Tetris_official, right? Tetris_official. Give them a follow. And I want each and every one of you in the chat right now to either do it right now or to promise that you will do it in the next like 10 minutes, because it's really important. Please go ahead.
I heard there's prizes involved too.
There's prizes. Like, who doesn't want prizes? I want prizes. Chris Tang wants prizes. We all want prizes. Go get the prizes. All right. We've got readies on all 4 players' palettes, so let us get this underway. Wow.
They're kind of synced up. I think I can work with that. 3,
2, 1.
Tetris!
Awesome. All right, and I just also want to give a reminder out there that if you're watching on this channel, and that means you like Tetris, and there's more Tetris happening on twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2. They are the last few matches of that side. The whole other half of the tournament is happening over there, so have these both open at all times. Go ahead and watch that in addition to this.
Take on both channels at once. You know, take the challenge of more Tetris than you can handle.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of person is going to have both of these open, right? I mean, I have them both open, and I shouldn't even have them open. So.
And, you know, come December 6th, they will all collide in an amazing top 8.
Yeah, that's right. So early action here, 91,000 for Dog, Corian 70,000, and on the bottom, Nerd 74, and Pepe 34,000. The top match is a winner's bracket match. The bottom match is a loser's bracket match and is an elimination match.
And up top, Dog having to do some uncharacteristic burns. We don't see a board like that from him too often. But I love watching how he solves it. It's yeah, wow, just comes together so well. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
Both Corian and Nerds dealing with Z-Spires in the middle of their stack. Corian has burned his down substantially, but that is going to leave a gap in his stack. He's got a Tetris on the bottom, and I think he's probably one to clear this down. Well, he's going to take that Tetris, obviously, and now he's going to probably get to work on clearing out the right side. Nerds has burned down his Z-Spire.
Yeah, and now Pepe and Nerds are just trading back and forth. Clean play fields.
Corian with the center well Tetris, he gets that. He's trying to avoid throwing a long bar down the middle, but he's going to have to make another gap and take some burns. 138 for Dog, 161 for Corian. And on the bottom, 195 Nerds, 198 Pepe, neck and neck.
Dog almost out of this dig. Finally gets the left well filled in, and now he's just waiting for the long bar, and he's gonna finally get it there. Boom! Tetris for Dog. Finally in a good position to score again. And Corian hasn't really taken a huge lead already. They're neck and neck still. Corian skimming off the top, also waiting for the long bar to complete his Tetris. Look at that 0-point differential for a second there. Amazing.
Corian, so 27-piece drought having to weather that left side. He can't. Oh, he needed that.
Ooh, that was so close.
There was only one line that he could burn. If he had put another piece on the right, that left side would have been totally closed off to him. But thankfully, he got the piece to burn it away and got the Tetris down the right. And Nerds is going to top out, 232.
And Pepe takes the first match, first game of the match.
Totally missed that. I was mesmerized. This happens a lot. I get mesmerized by one player, and then something happens.
These are intense matches.
Ah.
I mean, we only commentate, the 4 games at a time because we kind of have to. But yeah, there's more Tetris than we can handle.
Oh, and I know Trey is going to yell at me for not doing the bios. I'll do them in the next match. I'm like in the next game. I promise, Trey.
There's time.
All right, there's still time.
So pretty much neck and neck. Corian with 237,000 and Dog with 252,000 now with a slight lead. Corian firing back with a Tetris of his own, 12,000 point difference, and going back and forth.
Yeah, super close up top. Corian trying to find something for the 6th column there. 7th column. There you go. I can count. And he does, and he will be Tetris ready after a burn. Waiting on the long bar. And boom, Tetris for Corian.
110 lines, so transition's coming. And Dog now taking a slight lead up by a couple of Tetrises. Corian bangs another one down.
Yeah,
Not the highest scores out of them as they had a dig phase. early on.
Yeah, both of them. And so these are scores that they would not generally be looking for going into transition, which they both are. And it's really fortunate for both of them, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, because if you put this kind of score up going into transition against either one of these players, you're going to find yourself in a big hole.
Yeah, I think they recognize that they need to play safe to survive. They both played, well, Corian particularly played games that playing safe led to a victory. Okay, and Corian transitions to level 19. Dog now with 2 wide in the middle, almost about to transition. How's he going to handle this? He opts to transition with a double, and his will is still not clear, and he's got to take a triple there. And he's clean, but he had to sacrifice some lines to get there. Boom, Tetris for Dog. We are neck and neck.
Down the bottom, we've got 177 for Nerds, 193 for Pepe. Pepe set up for a Tetris, and Nerds gets one to take a small lead.
Yeah, this is a closer game on the bottom now. They're trading Tetrises neck and neck. But Dog now with a slight lead. Boom, Tetris for Dog, 50,000 points ahead. 552,000 to Corian's 533 now with that last Tetris. Off and running into the 19 speed levels.
Yeah, just ultimately one Tetris separating the two above. I know Corian's looking for that next one as soon as it comes. Well, but actually, it's kind of getting not exactly the right pieces, and neither is Dog. Dog line dependent right now. Where's the line for Dog?
Way up there. Corian clear.
And Dog's going to top out.
Corian.
585 top out for Dog. So Corian needs less than a Tetris now. Needs to get to 586. And he's set up. And he gets a long bar.
And boom, Corian got Tetrisu.
There you go.
First round for Corian.
All right. Whew. Corian always looks so pleased when he wins. That's what I like about Corian.
I just love any player that's been so happy. I remember last week it was just like Red Shirt was just like all smiles, and
yeah,
I thought that was so cool.
All right, we got Reddy's up top. As soon as we get Reddy's up top, we will go ahead and get game 2 started. Down the bottom here, 366 for Nerds, 383 for Pepe. Here about 90 lines in. And I totally broke my vow and did not show player bios. Sorry. Whoops. I will get it. There's still time.
Yeah.
Chris, you're gonna remind me, I think.
I'll try.
All right. Thank you. It's just so embarrassing when like Vince has to come into the channel and be like, Vandy, you gotta do the player bios.
I could just boom the Tetrises and say player bios right after.
Yeah, every time.
Boom, Tetris for Dog. Player bios.
All right, down the bottom.
Set up for another Tetris.
Oh, wow. Corian, yeah, brought that T-piece in for a tuck. That's so dangerous up high.
0 point differential for a second there, too. So, yeah, they're right there.
So down the bottom, 443 for Nerds, 404 for Pepe, and they are sort of coasting into transition here. Speeds increase 50% at 130 lines, level 19 transition.
Pepe with a mischief there.
Oh, yeah.
Nice spin there to keep it clean. But he'll have to opt for a triple there, and he's got some holes in his stack. This will allow Nerds to widen that lead. Now with a 52,000 point lead at 491,000 points, now 514,000 points versus Pepe's 441. As he drills back down into scoring position. Corian now with a slightly messy playfield, having to take some triples. He still has a lead. Dog just with much cleaner playfield this time. Him not having to deal with the dig early on.
Oh, Corian with that long bar dependency. Third column gets the long bar. And he's building up for the Tetris there. Look at this.
Really dirty. But really gutsy, and boom. Corian got Tetrisu.
I think,
high up there.
I think what helped is he had places to put pieces both left and right. Oh no, and Nerds is going to top out 545.
Ooh.
Watching Corian with the dirty Tetris, and Nerds tops out. So Pepe needs to get to 546.
So yeah, 2 Tetrises ought to do it. Corian with another dirty Tetris. Now up 30,000. Dog firing back. We are neck and neck.
And if Pepe can chase this down, he would go up a quick 2-0 over Nerds.
Yeah, this is he just needs to stay safe and keep playing how he has.
Yeah, it's 2 Tetrises worth of points away, but he's got all the time in the world. Right, Corian with a crucial Tetris. That left side, there was a big 2-wide gap on the left, but a Tetris took some of the pressure off. Yeah.
And he gets the right pieces so he doesn't have to be too dependent. Burns the triple off the top. Boom, Tetris for Corian. Neck and neck. Yeah, they're right with each other on this one.
Meanwhile,
Pepe
Pepe,
with the Tetris.
yeah, trying to chase this down. Set up for a center well Tetris never came, so he just took the burns. And he's just taking the burns, and it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So Dog 315, Corian 266. Corian Tetris is, though, 290.
Pepe cutting that down to less than a Tetris with that triple there.
Yep, just needs to get to 546. And you can see taking the conservative route here on all these placements. And why not?
Yep.
There are no style points. And he's just going to coast through level 26.
Yep. And he'll do it with a single.
And he's got it. Pepe's good. So good job, Pepe. Good tournament strats here.
And Pepe's up by 2 now. Nerds has to win to stay in it now. This is a potential match point here.
Now watch this, Chris. I'm going to show you something pretty amazing right here.
Player bios?
Yep, player bios. Look at
Hooray.
this.
You got it. I'm here for you, man.
Oh, I appreciate it. Up top here, Dog 417, Corian 407. So neck time for sure. Certified by the Neck Institute. And they are both ready down the bottom. Let's go ahead and start them off.
Okay. Corian with a slightly better field.
Yeah, Corian slightly ahead and yeah, better play field here. But Dog may set up for center well Tetris, third column, and he does, and he gets the Tetris.
Boom, Tetris or Dog. Nice center well there. Yeah, Dog setting up for a couple of tucks.
Corian getting up a bit high a little before transition. But a couple of Tetrises now.
Yeah, he transitions with that and safely, but just barely. And Dog finally building up, but yeah, he's right on the line. Level 19. But he also does so safely. Corian continuing to score.
Yeah, it's getting up a little bit high there, but got the Tetris to bring the stack down.
Pepe playing way up there.
Oh, he sure is, and
Starting to burn it down at least. Yeah, he's getting the right pieces to do it effectively. And just like that, he's clean.
now Corian up top. Tetris is back into the lead, but then Dog takes it right back. Corian set up. Corian with a better field. Corian's got a Tetris. 620. Dog at 601.
And Nerds took a pretty big lead. He's up by about 100,000 points, but both of them are kind of digging back down right now. Some awkwardness on Pepe's board is going to put him back into dig mode.
A little bit of burning from Corian gave Dog an opportunity to get up about 2 Tetrises lead. Dog on 22, Corian on 23, 682 Dog, 637 Corian.
Oh, and Pepe has an early top out there. And Nerds is going to take that one, staying in it, staying alive and getting on the board.
So this is an elimination game down on the bottom.
Corian playing up high, gets a Tetris. But Dog has opened up a pretty big lead in a short amount of time. Up now, 100,000 points, 804,000 versus Corian 706. But Corian's got a great looking board. They're both at a pretty good pace here. Corian again Tetrising, but Dog right there with him. Dog hitting a Tetris, Corian hitting a Tetris. Yeah, this is going to be down to the wire.
Now, salient fact here, Corian is ahead in lines by 10 to 12 at any given moment, so this is going to leave Dog a little bit more runway. Corian will reach the kill screen first, and so needs to be aware of that going into pace. He really needs to play perfectly from here on in with minimal burns. I think he knows it.
But Dog not letting up one bit. Just Tetris after Tetris. It is raining Tetrises. It's not raining cats and dog. It's raining cats and Tetrises. Look at that. Like, the Tetris rate is going up at this point.
Corian 5 lines from the kill screen, needs every point he can possibly get, and that may not even be enough because
Dog is not letting up. He's had a 100% Tetris rate for like the last several line clears. It's a crazy run here. Holy cow.
And
Corian's going to top out. Double max out.
Double max out. Corian with the max out, and Dog
1.4.
No, 1.1.
Why does it say 1.4?
Wait, is that a 1.
No,
that's not a 1.4. That would be insane. That's a 1.1. It's Trey Vision. That is a 1.1.
It was, yeah. I guess something happened with the score interpretation for a second.
Screen cap that right now, because now we can use that as some, like, you know.
Hey, not my fault. That's what it said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thinking about it, like, that shouldn't have been possible because, right. I mean, I know you had a 100% Tetris rate for the last part of that game, but still.
Yeah, Corian's laughing. How am I supposed to beat a 1.4, right? All right, so that is a hard for Dog. There it is. We are tied up top. So we're going to get a couple. And look what I'm going to do. You ready for this? This is amazing. Watch. Trey and Vince, get off my back. It's happening. Here it is.
Player stats and 1.356.
That's right. Oh my god. Amazing glitched PB for a Dog. All right, they're going to get underway on the bottom, on the top. Down the bottom, 245 for Nerds, 207 for Pepe. Nerds down 2 games to 1 against Pepe. A couple early top-out games for Nerds. And then one from Pepe to sort of let Nerds back in, so this might be what he needs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get one under your belt, you get a little bit of confidence, say, okay, I got a chance here, I got momentum, and let's see what I can do.
So once you get a max out, can you get kicked out of the max out club?
That's right. Now you gotta go to the 1.1 club.
Isn't there like another term? Like there's like a peasant, a merchant, and a noble?
That's it. Wow, look at you with the deep lore here from the online scene. This is Chris doing his research. So
I've just heard about it.
Oh my god, I think they're going to invite you back next year because that shows some research there.
I enjoy it. I enjoy Tetris competition culture.
Yeah, it's an amazing scene, and you know you can be part of it. And who knows, maybe after some of these matches, we'll tell you how you can be again. Dog set up with a center well Tetris.
Mm-hmm. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Juicy center well.
Oh, Corian.
Done. Corian up high. He gets the long bar.
All right, down the bottom, 373 for Nerds, 312 for Pepe. Nerds is up against it now. Needs to win this game to stay in the competition. Curious what Corian will do here because he's got like 10 rows over in column 9 and 10. But it looks like he's just going to burn it all the way down. That is a lot of burns to take for Corian. Now he does have a lead. But up against Dog, you know, there's no comfortable lead at all. So I kind of question a little bit. Now, who am I to question anybody? But, you know, in a lot of ways, that does seem a little conservative.
Yeah. But And Dog finally firing back a Tetris there. And they're neck and neck, but Corian firing another one back. Dog piling up the long bars on the left side. Yeah, he's looking to play up a lot higher this round.
Yeah, at the very least, you burn it down, you get back to safety, the right side set up, and you live to fight another day. But it does seem like a lot of lines to give up. But Corian's still with the lead, so what do I know? Answer: not much. All right, Nerds is going to transition here. 521. Pepe's still 10 lines till transition.
But he's going to need to get safe. Okay. He tears it down, and the next line clear will send him to level 19. Mostly clear. Okay. And Nerd's looking good here. Up ahead by 86,000 points, 581,000 points versus Pepe's 494. Oh, Pepe couldn't get that long bar over to the left, and that's looks like he's going to give that one up. And Nerds takes another one, evening up the series. The best of 5 has become a best of 1.
It's decider time.
Yep.
All right, and up top here we got Dog at 354, Corian 351, so super close, neck and neck.
Neck and neck.
As you would expect. We're going to start down below. Now, Dog and Corian have faced each other one time in the past, and it was actually last month in Classic Tetris Monthly. And if I recall, Corian won that game 3-2 out of a best of 5 series. So that is
wow.
their only previous meeting. Corian certainly hoping to repeat that performance. Now, Corian will not be out, and Dog won't be out if either one of them loses, of course. They will still go down to the loser's bracket to face the winner of the game down at the bottom. So, I love this format, Chris.
Yeah, no, we're getting to see more Tetris, more matchups, more players, even having a top 64. It's a lot of players, and even then, a lot of the stars that we expected to see didn't make it. As our scene grows, I don't know how big we're going to be able to make it.
Sky's the limit. I believe it. 516 for Dog. He's at 121 lines. 495 for Corian. Just about the same number of lines. Heading into transition.
A Dog up by a Tetris and a half. Corian in position to score, just waiting on long bars. It's getting droughted. 20 drought so far. Ooh.
I think that was a misdrop from Corian. So we have to work around that. It'll cost him a few lines.
Nice last second spin there.
So Corian's got a little bit of cleaning up to do. Back by under 2 Tetrises. Dog with a good playfield right now. Until the game decides to throw a bunch of Z's at him. But still a good field. Like, look at all these Z's for Dog.
Dog still up. 35,000 points up by a Tetris. And Corian almost clean. That'll clear him out. Now he's going to try to build to score again. Dog with another Tetris. Really clean looking his Dog's playfield right now.
Yeah, especially for all those Z's. He was able to, stay conservative and not, build up too high and just kind of go all in on, some one piece that doesn't come. Really good job of staying, alive and survival Tetris.
There are some nice clears there by Corian, keeping it clean. So skillfully. Boom Tetris for Dog. 100,000 points ahead now. Corian battles back just a bit with that Tetris there. And Dog is turning on the heat like he did in that last round.
Down on the bottom, Nerds 208 and Pepe 109. With a little bit of cleaning up to do on the left, he does so, and he is open for a Tetris. Gets it, so does Corian. So a 90,000 point lead for Dog, 753 Dog, 663 for Corian here on level 23.
Yeah, both players with a lot of momentum. And Corian having to take a couple of triples there.
And Dog now with a little bit of burning too. This might allow Corian back in a bit.
What was... Dog took his hand off the controller for a second, and I'm not sure what that was, but he kept on playing.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but he's all right. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all.
Not one bit.
Yeah, and really, Corian was not able to take advantage of that slowdown from Dog. And Corian kind of getting up a bit high. And having to take some triples. Still 100,000 points down.
Boom. Corian got Tetris.
Sorry, abbreviated boom there from Chris. My apologies.
Yeah. No, Corian's playing great. It's just Dog's pace right now. And once Dog gets up to speed, it's just the Tetris starts raining down. Now he's up 100,000 points. 906, 907 now. Versus Corian's 809.
Down the bottom, Nerds 341 and Pepe 199. So big lead down the bottom for Nerds. Corian on level 28. Not really going to be much he can do at this point to catch up to Dog.
Dog hasn't let up one bit. And going into 29 now. Right there, kill screen for both. And Dog's going to take that one. And big sigh of relief from Dog.
I think from both, really, because even when you find yourself that far behind, you just kind of say, all right, let's reset, let's go to the next game and see what I can do.
Meanwhile, on the bottom, Nerds has opened up a huge 100,000 point lead, 391,000 points versus Pepe's 294, looking for the reverse sweep here. Boom Tetris for Pepe, battling back just a bit, but we're headed towards transition, 15 more lines. And Nerds turning on the heat, hitting those Tetrises. And Nerds with another Tetris. The next one will send him to level 19. And he's going to go for some tucks. Keep it clean. In a better position. And he's going to single. Waiting for that long bar. He wants to get one more in, but he isn't able to. Still waiting for the line. Okay, he gets it. The long bar after 19 pieces. The players are back ready on top. Ready to start. Dog one away from taking that match.
Yeah, down the bottom is a decider in the elimination game from one of these players. Level 20, 526 for Nerds, 402 for Pepe. On the top. Oh no, Nerds! Ooh. Look at Nerds. And Nerds is going to top out.
So Pepe's in a chase down situation.
Big chase down, 97,000 points. He needs to get to 530. 530 is what Pepe needs to get to stay in this competition. And Nerds' hopes in this tournament hang in the balance.
Boom, Tetris for Pepe. Ever bit closer. He's got about 2 Tetrises to go. He's got a ton of time to do it. He's only on level 22. Playfield super clean. He's just going to take some doubles. Yeah, he knows he can coast. No risks, starting to do some singles. Up top, both players, both Corian and Dog, doing some burning. 0 point differential. It's neck and neck and neck and neck.
That's like 4 necks.
Yeah. Pepe's going to get a triple there, putting in a one Tetris striking distance away from winning this match.
That's a good chase down from Pepe in both counts, right? Just, kind of just taking whatever the game gives him.
Mm-hmm.
But in both games where he had the chase down, so certainly knows what he has to do.
Another double there.
It's 14,000 points, and he's got 30 lines until kill screen. So this is, single and double, and all nerds can do is just look and watch.
Yeah, I mean, even the singles are starting to be worth more points here. 6 more ought to do it. Nerds with the sportsmanship. It's great to see it. And a double will do it. And Pepe wins the match. Nerds with a great performance. Almost reverse sweeped.
He survives. And Nerds, congratulations to you. Obviously, Nerds, not the result he wanted, but he's a fixture in the online scene, and I can't wait to see him back.
Oh, yeah.
It's always really fun. And
great performance.
Yeah, congratulations to you for getting this far, and of course, even for making into this tournament, which I think, 2020 is going to be, no matter what happens next year, I think it's going to go down as sort of like,
but
one
Pepe, definitely a survivor, having been on the ropes several times already.
Oh, yeah.
Today.
Yeah, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and switch over to the 2-player here. Oops, I didn't want the stinger to come on. Oh, wrong way. Wrong one. Sorry about that, guys. We'll fix the thing here.
Yeah, we're about halfway to transition, and Dog has jumped into the lead, 96,000 points, 334,000 versus Corion's 239. Corion with a nice, solid playfield there. Boom Tetris for Corion. Good looking board. For Corion especially, Dog had to cover up as well. But is he gonna... I thought for a second Dog might build a dirty on top of that, but I guess he's just gonna give up some lines there. But with that kind of lead, it's probably not too consequential at this point.
Yeah, Corion with that really tricky 2-wide in columns 2 and 3. It just didn't find anything to kind of put down there, and ended up having to take some extra burns as a result, which he cannot afford right now because Dog is up, 90,000 points. 4 Tetrises here just through 90 lines.
Yeah, Corion having to work with some dependencies and not quite optimal burns, filling gaps with pieces that create other holes. So that's going to cost Corion some lines. But he's finally open for business, and boom Tetris for Corion. Now down by 100,000 points. Dog at 452k versus Corion's 346,000. And Dog not taking the Tetris there and opts to fill in his left instead. Corion's got some ground to catch up now. 15 lines to transition.
Yeah, no matter what Corion does, he just can't seem to, chip into that lead that Dog has.
And the thing I've noticed is that Dog in post-19 play, when he gets momentum, the Tetrises just start raining down.
Mm-hmm.
And then there really is little hope to catch up. So Corion needs to start getting in better positions scoring-wise now. They're both Tetris away from level 19. So we'll see how aggressive Corion takes this. And Corion hits level 19 with a Tetris. Board's in great shape. Dog now with a couple of dependencies. He needs 2 lines.
Yeah, he's got a Tetris hiding at the bottom there, but after that...
He's got some holes.
He's got some holes, so that will give Corion a little bit of a chance here. Dog...
Opportune E-spin, keeping it clean. That's how you can use the T-spin as a tool. It's not just for show.
Now, this is the closest lead Corian has had in a while, closest to Dog he's been in a while. Back 65,000 points. Gets a long bar over, but he's got a Spire to work around. So dangerous. You know, it's like one missed input when you got a Spire like that and the game's over. You can just see how much precision this takes. Now, Corian going third column. Had an opportunity, trying to get some efficiency.
Nice.
Yeah,
Fairly Tetris for Corian.
Pretty efficient. Only had to take one more burn to transfer the well to the right. That's exactly what he's looking for. And he's back only by 37,000 points now, which is one late level Tetris.
Yeah, Dog is still pouring it on, though. Like, he's had a couple of burns here and there, but overall, Dog hasn't been giving up much lines. This is going to be a close match, though. They're right with each other in number of lines. And Corian within one Tetris away.
So here's a
Dog
slowdown.
having to take singles,
Yeah, this is a slowdown for Dog. This is going to give Corian the opportunity that he needs to pull close to him. And he's back by only 11,000 points. And only gets a Tetris, so he's got a brief
Corian
lead.
got Tetris. That was key. Finally has a lead. Dog building up high, but bangs down the Tetris. You're neck and neck.
Here's kind of a slowdown for Corian now, and so Dog able to build that lead back out to 40,000 points.
Yeah, Corian opting to play it safe there. Taking some doubles there.
We really needed that.
Trying not to get too dependent. Oh, and he had covered it as well. You'll need another long bar. There it is. Boom. Corian got Tetris within two Tetrises away.
And
one Tetris away.
Yeah, another one.
Dog not letting up.
Corian going third column again. He's trying to avoid that Spire. And kind of not working out for Corian. Ended up having to take a lot of burns here. And Dog back out to a 97,000 point lead. There's one for Corian, third column.
Yeah, Dog just keeps up the aggression at this speed. Boom, Tetris for Dog. Up almost 100,000 points, and kill screens are coming.
Dog
at level 28.
Dog just a few points away, and there's the 1,000,000 points for Dog here, and another Tetris for Dog.
Just a rain of Tetrises from Dog at the end. It's like his Tetris rate goes up the closer he gets to kill screen. It's crazy.
Corian back by 128,000 here in level 28. And he needs to set up for multiple ones because he does not play, and he's just waiting, and he can't get anything, and he's going to top out. And Dog is going to take this 3-1.
And he's still playing.
And he's still playing.
Still Tetris ready, even on kill screen. Boom, triple for Dog on level 29. And yeah, he's going to take that. Wow. What a performance.
Well, let us give that man his heart. He earned it. Dog against a very tough opponent, up 3-1 over Corian. Now we're going to...
It's not like Corian was playing a bad game at all. It's just that Dog increases his aggression as the 19 levels progress. And you know what that does, right? The more Tetrises you make after 19, those Tetrises are worth more.
Yeah, the further you get from 19, they go up 1,200. Well, I mean, basically 3,600 every time. Tetrises, 30 times 12. Yeah, so they go up 3,600 points every time. So there you go. Let's show us the bracket here. We'll show you the situation that we're in. And then you'll see this white screen, which is awesome. And we're going to set up our next two matches. Now, the matches that... Well, why isn't Nerds and Mark and Pepe and Terry? I don't know why they're not set up, but let me just refresh that. Bear with me, folks.
But Dog, I mean, we've even seen some post-29 play out of him. Those are a lot of line clears for that speed. When it comes down to it, if you have players that can play at that level, you know, we're going to see it possibly from Joseph and possibly from, you know, the other players that had to play.
Yeah, no doubt. And what we're looking at here is we've got the bracket situation as it is. So Corian is going to now be relegated to the losers bracket, and he's going to have to play Pepe, who defeated Nerds. Corian and Pepe will play, and then the winner of that will go into an immediate match against Dog. So we're going to go ahead and give me a moment just to set that up.
Yeah, what I was trying to get to was we saw that kind of play out of Huff, and that's what made the difference in those matches.
Although we don't know exactly what happened in those matches, you'll have to go back and watch it, right? Because no spoilers.
Yeah. I just said that we saw that kind of play. I didn't say what happened.
That's true. That is true. All right, so bear with me here.
But just having a palette of players that we know are capable of that, that's exciting.
This might be a good time to talk about one of our wonderful sponsors. Will I get this set up, Chris?
I'll get on that, yeah. So we definitely need to thank Enhanced Games for bringing to us Tetris Effect Connected. And if you haven't heard the news, they're adding a new mode in the game that's inspired by the CTWC called Classic Score Attack. And they've replicated not only the visuals, but the gameplay and the control behaviors and a lot of the other things that make the CTWC format great. And instead of having to have 2 Nintendo consoles and 2 cartridges and 2 CRT TVs hooked up next to each other, you can just play on a single system, on PC or Xbox, and coming next year as an update to other platforms such as PS4 and the Oculus and Epic Game stores. And you can play it all on one machine, and there's a computer AI, so you don't even have to wait for a buddy or some kind of competition to roll into town. You can go up against the computer AI at any time and relive the excitement of the Classic Tetris World Championships, in your living room or wherever you may want to play it. We never thought we would see a resurgence of NES Tetris in any form, so that they put it into an official product. It's something we're super thankful for, and we're super looking forward to that releasing on November 10th.
And what is that called again? That's called
Tetris Effect Connected.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
By Enhanced Games.
Incredible. And of course, one of the developers on that game was who?
Tetsuya Mizuguchi and Green Tea.
That's right. Green Tea, of course, everybody known to fan favorite here. Obviously not here, because he's busy trying to launch this thing, right?
People were missing his participation in the tournament. The work he's doing may allow for an even better life for our tournament going forward, as new players will be able to experience the excitement of the CTWC in new and different ways. Easier ways to practice, easier ways to engage. So Tetris Effect Connected is coming to Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, Xbox One, and PC through the Microsoft Store, and to Game Pass on November 10th. So look forward to that. And if you have it on PS4, Oculus Quest, or Epic Game Store, the old Tetris Effect, it's a free update to that coming next summer.
All right, bear with me, folks. I'm just having a little bit of an issue with Pepe's cam, so if you just can kind of hold on there for a moment. Somehow I'm in there twice, and I don't know how.
I'll talk with chat some more. Hey, chat, what's your favorite match so far? I'm liking the ones with Dog, because I feel like when I watch him play, the next time I play, maybe I'll be better. And it's not too often you get to see like one of the newest young players on the game as someone that you can learn from, but that's kind of the magic of Tetris, just the piece placements and how he so efficiently clears off his burns and how he sets up things for things. He'll set up a roof and then burn it off, and that just reminds me of how I felt smarter after I'd played Jonas's games back in the day, and it's really refreshing to see another player give me that feeling again. And I see a lot of fans for Dog in the chat, so.
All right, I think I got it. Oh my god, I figured it out. Oh my god, I feel so smart right now. I feel like 500 IQ. So let us go take a look at the two players now who'll be playing out of the losers bracket. And we got some shorts here from Pepe. Very nice. We'll go ahead and fix all this. Get Corian in the middle. There he is. There he is. Look at that. I love that guy.
Someone asked when's the Tang versus Van Dweller match. Well, I did have a match in the pregame party like 3 days ago, but not against Van Dweller. It was against Steve DeLuca.
All right, Tang, I am publicly challenging you and calling you out. We are going to play a match against one another. How about that?
At some point. Wait till I get like good again.
No, we're the same. We are the same.
I'm terrible.
Yeah, I'm just as bad, if not worse. All right, let me get Pepe here. We're just about ready. Just need a ready from Corian. We can get this
Japan
underway.
versus Argentina. This is awesome.
All right.
I love being able to say that. Wow.
The winner of this match will go into the grand finals against Dog Playing Tetris. So let us get this underway. Chris, you want to try this one more time, you and me?
Will do.
All right, you just go for it, and I'll come in. Like you
All
don't
right.
even think about me. Ready?
3,
2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. And here you have number 13 seed Corian versus number 29 seed Pepe. Pepe from Argentina, Corian from Japan. And Corian being a legendary hyper tapper and a veteran of multiple versions of Tetris, not just NES Tetris, but other games like the Grandmaster arcade series of games by Eureka. And I haven't mentioned this until now, but there's Elo's odd predictions for this. And it says that Corian is a strong favorite with an 85% chance of winning.
Now, 85% is only 85%, though. That means sometimes 15% does happen. So you can't count anybody out here. But yeah, ELO is a ranking system, sort of like what chess has. It sort of takes players' match history and then puts that into a relative ranking system. So
yeah,
you can
I've been
sort of predict.
learning more about ELO. I heard it's based on the chess ranking system, and Kasparov was like had the highest ELO of anything in existence, like 3,000 or something.
That's right. And I think actually Corian probably has achieved the highest ELO that there ever was. Although I think maybe Joseph's is higher currently, but Corian was probably the peak ELO. Somebody check me on that. Rory? Pumpy? 129 for Corian here, 142 for Pepe.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that with the stats that we had in the early years that it would be Jonas with the high rate of victories.
Well, I think it was just a volume issue there. I think Corian is much more online competitive.
Active, right, in the online matches. Corian opting for a triple there. And Pepe up to an early lead. So small, like at 52,000. Corian battling it back.
So here are the online facts coming in, Chris. Actually, Corian and Joseph are tied for the peak highest ever ELO in the ELO ranking system at 2087. So
wow.
So really, it's going to come down to what happens this weekend. Who will end up, but they're pretty darn close to that level right now. So that's all the nerdy ELO stuff, and I promise you never have to hear about that again, folks. No, but it's actually really fascinating because it allows you to sort of confirm, some of your suspicions about, who's kind of better, who's that kind of thing, and settle some arguments, or at least start some arguments.
And the other online facts here, just nice trivia, like favorite games, and list Super Mario 64 for Pepe. And we all know that Corian's a Sonic fan. So we got Sonic versus Mario here. This Argentina versus Japan, Sonic versus Mario, cycling versus running. So cycling being Corian's hobby and running being Pepe.
288 for Corian here, 261 for Pepe. Pepe Tetris is 283, back by 4,000 points. Pretty similar long bar line count.
Neck and neck.
More ELO than you can handle.
It's fascinating. And I heard when they did ELO, like they would even build these computers to try to beat Kasparov, and they would have ELO rankings for the computer trying to beat the chess master.
That's right. So it's kind of one, you kind of need these statistics and ways to get fans in arguments in order to legitimize something as a sport.
Oh, it's great because being able to talk about it intelligently and have kind of like predictions and can become part of the competitive culture.
Yeah, exactly right. And people are they guard their elo a little bit. They're like, well, I don't know if I want to play this match against somebody in a friendly
And
format.
as the years pass, like as players retire, you'll have people talk about, well, could X player have beaten Y player?
Sure.
And use that data. So all of this data is going to serve us going along into the future for future generations of Tetris superstars.
Yeah, exactly. This whole thing is not a flash in the pan kind of thing. This stuff is here to stay, and every year, and really just every month, it just gets more and more legitimate as an esport for sure.
With more exposure and more ways for people to play it now with Tetris Effect Connected and us being on ESPN, it really made me happy when I heard that Uncle Mike and
Anna D.
Anna, right, had actually seen it on ESPN, and that's how they found out it was the thing. So there's like, whoa, people play this competitively, and just that moment thinking, imagining people watching it on ESPN and seeing it for the first time, and then getting excited about it because it's something that they did.
Yeah.
Like, that's super cool, just even thinking about that.
Yeah, same thing with Matt Martin, who was top 8 finisher last year.
Right.
Same kind of stories with Joseph. So, all right, we've transitioned here. Corian at 529. Pepe about to transition. He's at 386 right now. So Corian's got a
big lead, yeah.
Very sizable lead. But I think as we've learned time and time again, still a lot of Tetris to be played on level 19, and these early leads don't always necessarily assure a victory. Can Corian come back from a 200,000 point deficit already in this?
Corian having a super clean play field and really getting the rhythm back. We're not seeing him in Dig City like he was the last other few games. He's just really on pace here. Having to take a couple of triples, but boom, Tetris for Pepe. Corian firing back with another Tetris. Still up 150,000 points at 632,000 points versus Pepe's 483.
Great couple simul Tetrises here. Both players with clean fields. Pepe's getting less so, but gets that Tetris. That'll help.
Pepe's got some holes. He's gonna have to. For a while, it looks like he's gonna build on top. He just kind of stopped playing there.
All right, Corian missed a T-spin. Oh, Pepe's gonna top out.
Yeah,
543.
Pepe was long from dead, but I think he just saw the score deficit and maybe figured it would be more worth it for him to save his energy for the next round.
Yeah,
that's the only explanation I can think of. But GG's.
All right, Corian with a heart.
I mean, that takes a certain amount of awareness to know that you can't catch up at that point. Yeah, Pepe was nowhere near topping out, and he just kind of let it go. But we'll see what happens in this next round. It says he's a DAS player, so it wasn't an endurance issue.
Well, it's possible he just kind of lost DAS or something, and then just kind of couldn't recover it.
I think he just kind of walked away in terms of continuing the match.
All right. Well, we got it ready on both sides. Let's get it underway. Should probably do this. I don't know if I've done this. Yeah. Yeah. Show the thing, Van Dweller. All right. I will. There they are. All right. Read that real fast, and then we start the countdown.
The summary is Sonic versus Mario.
That's right. I mean, that's pretty much everything you need to know.
Japan versus Argentina. 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And it's really good seeing Corian just doing really well in the tournament. I know a lot of people are cheering for him last year, but with so many favorites, only so many people can win every year, and Corion's come really close many times.
Yeah, of course, a finalist last year against who ended up being the two-time winner, Joseph Saley. Of course, was he top 4 in 2018? I believe he was top 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, I watch it. You think I would remember? I deal with this stuff every day, all the time. You think I'd remember, but getting old, Chris.
You're only as old as you feel.
Oh, well, and I must be like 70 because that's how I feel. All right. 70,000 here in the early goings for Corion, 50,000 for Pepe. Pepe going to Tetris zone and bring it right back to even.
Neck and neck. Corion, nice clean play field. He reacts to his own last second spin there. Fortunate. Feeling fortunate that it all worked out.
Yeah, Corion definitely one to let at least his joy come through. He's always a great sportsman and competitor.
Mm-hmm.
Great sportsmanship from Corion. Really a model, I think, for everybody who's watching and wants to compete in anything.
Oh, definitely. I'm looking at the online facts here, and he lists having high scores in Gamist and Arcadia magazine. Some of those are like a Japanese magazine that I used to follow. It's like a legendary game magazine for gaming, high scores and arcade games. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And he has Cardcaptor Sakura Tetris listed, which I think that's like my second favorite Tetris game because it's like the Grandmaster without like being hard like the Grandmaster. Also by Eureka.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Corion's Tetris resume is deep, that's for sure.
Yeah, probably the most accomplished out of every variation of Tetris that you can play. He's played the most of them and performed competitively well at the most of them, even if they didn't have competitions on them.
Yeah. All right, so Corion 209. Pepe kind of keeping pace here, 190, so not falling too far behind his Pepe.
Pepe waiting for... Okay, he's not going to wait for the J, so he opted to use the long bar there instead. Corion opening up a bit of a lead now. 80,000 points, 278,000 points versus Pepe's 199.
Yeah, Pepe was kind of forced to complicate his board a bit just with the way he had it set up, and then relative to the pieces it came, it just kind of thrust him into this burning situation, and now he's falling even further and further behind. And yeah, kind of some placements here that maybe forced into, but not happy about, you can tell.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, he's got a dirty well set up right there. Boom, Tetris for Pepe. It's a good, well thought out dirty well. He saw it coming and he did what he needed to score there. All right, he's set up again for the traditional well on the right side. But Corion's about 100,000 points ahead now. 331,000 points versus Pepe's 256. He just gets a Tetris there, so reducing the deficit slightly. But Corion's just building super clean, super consistent, not doing a whole lot of burning. This is what he needed.
Yeah, Corion looking for a rematch with Dog. And actually, he's looking for 2 rematches with Dog if he wants to go all the way. But still got to get through Pepe here. And Pepe, I'm sure, has a lot to say about that.
Yeah, Pepe playing really calm right now and not really making any mistakes. Just on track, but Corion having such a big lead.
Yeah, Pepe's closed that lead a little bit here, though.
Yeah, he's got 20 lines to transition. And he has a nice clean field now. This is a good time for him to make the most of it.
He's gonna have to build up a little bit more. Corion's already ready. And Corion's gonna Tetris. Pepe ready now. And he'll Tetris too. So 55,000 point lead for Corion.
Yeah, Corion not letting up much. He did take a double there, but other than that, he's one line away from transition. Not sure if he's gonna try to. Okay, he is gonna go for Tetris. And there it is. Boom, Tetris for Corion into level 19. 77,000 points ahead with 543,000. Ooh, he had a couple of misdrops there. Waiting for a long bar. That's the only thing that can save this board for him. And it's not giving it to him.
No.
Corion's going to top out there. After having such a clean game, that's devastating. So
Right.
Pepe's in a chase down situation. Not a very hard one. His board's looking good.
Yeah, so he needs to get to 544. 544 is what he needs. And Pepe, of course, really has been in several chase down situations now. 2 against Nerds, and he did the right thing. He just kind of,
Lined it out.
That's right. Took the pieces as they came, took the points that the game gave him, and he's really just under 2 Tetrises away now.
But yeah, it might have been a hand fatigue situation. I saw like a misdrop and then it snowballed on Corion's screen, and it was fixable, but sometimes if you know it's hard to fix and it's just like if you know your limitations and you don't feel like you can get it over, then that's kind of what I saw there. Kind of what I saw happen to Pepe the last round, actually, where it's just like, well,
Yeah.
I could save it, but it's probably not going to happen.
There is a definite physical and psychological toll. I mean, that is present, I
Yeah.
think, in this version that maybe isn't present or at least present in a different way in the in-person version of this tournament.
Pepe missing a shift there. He can still fix it. I mean, he's not that far away from the chase down. He only needs one Tetris or a couple of triples. Yeah, I know about the fatigue. Like most video games, I could play almost endlessly, but I've run some really long streams of this, and I'm a hyper tapper. And even though I have pretty good endurance, like once it hits about like 12 or 13 hours, like I just can't play anymore.
Wait, were you playing 13 hours? What are you doing?
Yeah. Back when I was doing the NES Tetris effect, where I was superimposing
Yeah.
Tetris on top of Tetris effect. Ooh, yep, there it is with the 100 points. I'll do it.
Now, did you consult your doctor before you did that?
I should have consulted my psychiatrist, because the kind of mental damage I was doing to myself with NES RNG was probably more damaging than what I did to my hands. But I will say this. That was like back in November. That was about a year ago, where I played really hard, like trying to get back up to speed. And I was making like new PBs that were in the high 500s. And I stopped playing. I don't know. I had to deal with some other things. I started playing again like last week, and my tapping was just the same as it was a year ago. So I was pleased with that. So I'm hoping to progress and offer you a decent challenge rather than getting destroyed.
Oh, believe me, you would not be destroyed. I am certified choke artist by the Choke Artist Institute. All right, I think look at this. We got Gangster Corion
Getting
now.
prepped.
That's right.
They need to do their hands and make sure that everything's, as Alexei Pajinov would say, do your fingers.
That's right. Now the do-rag is on and Corion is out for blood.
Wow, there's an icon for that in chat. That's great.
That's right. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Corion's in town. And they are ready, so let us just get it going.
Three, 2, 1. Tetris. And yeah, our online chat's going wild.
Oh, with the emoji.
Yeah, Corion emote. That's so cool.
And of course, you can get that emote if you want it. You just got to subscribe here to Classic Tetris. We've had several people give away subscriptions here, so we'll certainly call them out after these matches. So thank you so much to those of you who are hanging with us here in the Twitch chat live. Couldn't do it without you.
Yeah, we're scoring back and forth early on. Nothing too unusual as of yet. Yeah, we are nearing the end of a long day too, so there's that. And both players from non-standard time zones compared to where we are, so they're kind of playing according to a North American broadcast schedule.
Yeah, and of course Corian, I mean, really has the worst of it. I mean, just having to get up
Yeah.
at 5-6 a.m. I mean, for my competitions, we usually start at like noon Central Time, and for him that's like 2 a.m. and also for Nenu, you know, it's even earlier. So I mean, props to these guys, you know, to stay involved. And you know, we're trying to get more sensitive to the fact that we have so many players coming out of Asia now, taking part in the online scene, that we've moved some of it around, even more so than Europe, to be honest, which I would have expected. But yeah, huge number of players coming from Asia right now. $150 for Corian, 72 for Pepe. Pepe got some burning to do here. Corian, yeah, with about 100,000 point lead now.
Mm-hmm.
Corian kind of struggling with the towel. I think I have a situation where I get kind of sweaty hands as, you know, I get kind of tense, and maybe that's the same kind of thing for him.
It could be just, an intensity thing, because the hand wipes are increasing in frequency. But I mean, we see players play through that no problem, especially you know, Joseph does a lot of that and hasn't held him back one bit.
Yeah. Well, I've seen, you know, you mentioned Dog playing Tetris, you know, taking his hands off the controller. He did that earlier as well, like both hands off the controller, wiping on his shirt. So now, don't they make something called Gamer Grip or something like that, where it's kind of like a chalk, kind of sticky, tacky something? Maybe we need to. Here's a sponsorship opportunity for you, Chris. Maybe you can sponsor some sort of gamer tack or whatever.
I don't use anything like that.
Oh, well,
I just
well, it doesn't mean you can't endorse it. That's the see. You got to learn.
I go raw back.
That's right.
No gloves, no towel. Just
That's right.
bare skin to plastic.
Yeah, so we got to get you the right representation, Chris. There, get you the opportunities which you're, you know, entitled to, in my opinion. So we'll talk after the broadcast. 316 for Corian, 158 for Pepe. Pepe Tetris is a 181, so still back about 134,000 from Corian now.
Yeah, that's sizable. Yeah, Pepe's gonna have to turn on the aggression here. We're about halfway to transition.
Well, in a lot of ways, though, I mean, his big advantage here is sort of the chase down. So maybe he's just gonna, you know, try to stay safe.
We've seen that.
Yeah,
you're right.
And maybe just try to hope something happens, you know, befalls Corian, and then just go from there.
That's a variable. Like the chase down situation. If you look at Pepe's chase down record, that's a good chase down record.
Yeah, unflappable. I mean, I was fold like a house of cards, but, or is that the right analogy? Whatever. But he, you know, whatever. Just like, yeah, I got to get 200,000 points, no problem. And it is not trivial, you know. Oh, nice Tetris from Corian, 437 for him, 265 from Pepe. That chase down ability and that chase down is not trivial. It's not a gimme. It's not like, oh, pressure's off. There is still a lot of pressure, and it's also kind of distracting to players even to know that their opponent is topped out.
Yeah. Gives you one more variable to think about.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Pepe setting up dirty in the 8th column.
Yeah, that's aggressiveness. He needs that. Just boom, Tetris for Pepe. But Corian's lead's growing. It's almost 200,000. Now it's 215,000. 509,000 points versus Pepe's 300. And Corian not letting up. Tetris raining down now. 230,000 point lead. Approaching transition now. Next two Tetrises.
Pepe trying to get his board somewhere where it's comfortable for transition. If you can get that long bar down the left side, They'll go a long way towards L. They'll still have a lot to burn away on the right side, so not out of the woods.
Corion's hit level 19 now. Still up about 250,000 points, which is one of the biggest deficits we've seen thus far in the competition.
Look at Pepe going for it.
Yeah.
And he's going to need the long bar pretty darn soon. And I think he's waiting till he's got one in the window. And where's the long bar for Pepe?
Yeah, he's pushing it.
He's open again. Where's the long bar? There's the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Pepe. Yeah.
So that worked out. It was risky, but that's what you need to do. Corion now up by over 300,000 points. 317,000 point lead for Corion. So it's going to start getting to the point where Pepe might not be able to catch up, but that's what he needs to do. He made a Tetris just there, and he's just going to need to keep that aggression up.
Yep. He's going to have to try to stay somewhere within shouting distance, and again, hope that something befalls Corion and just be able to, steal himself and chase it down. And in a lot of ways, you got to kind of just keep going all in on Tetrises here, and even if it's highly risky, you kind of do it and then just say, all right, well, if it doesn't work out, we got another game I can play. But
Pepe's been clean, and he has been scoring consistently. He just got 3 in a row, so this is where Pepe needs to be.
Yeah, of course, Corion, on the other hand, can play the totally opposite game where he can be completely conservative and does not have to take any risks.
He's not letting up, though. There's another Tetris. Yeah, 272k ahead of Pepe.
Yeah, we saw that before where, sometimes it's easier to just, not change gears and just stay in your rhythm.
And Pepe's not feeling it.
No.
Looks like he's putting his controller down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to give that one up. So Corion now with match point here in the second chance bracket.
All right, Corion is good. Yes, you can go ahead and there he goes. Tops out. Now we're getting a report from Vince that Corion did use some kind of gamer chalk in 2015 and that he shared the chalk with Vince. So maybe Vince has a secret stash of this gamer chalk. I'm going to talk to you after the broadcast, Vince. Yeah, what helps me is when I play, I have a fan directly on my hands. Like this, that way it's just like super cold hands are perfect for me. All right, Pepe.
Yeah, I think it's more muscle aches that would be the first thing to go for me.
Yeah. All right.
But that's after like 10 hours.
All right, Corion up 2-1. Is that right? 2-1?
Yeah, 2-1.
That's right.
3, 2, 1, Tetris. So yeah, match point here for Corion, up by 1. And yeah, Pepe needs to win this game to stay in it.
If he can do it, he'll force a decider, and then the winner of that would go...
Corion had 1 pushdown point.
Shades of 2019.
Yep.
But yeah, Dog is awaiting. Oh, yeah, he's doing the emote, right?
Just in case it ends up being a tie.
But yeah, shades of 2019, and then of course Dog is waiting in the wings, having gone undefeated in the winners bracket, waiting to play the winner of this. And it was funny because a lot of folks were saying, I can't wait for Dog and Corion, Dog and Corion. Of course, you were not assured to have a Dog and Corion.
You're gonna get more Dog and Corion
than you can handle, right? So yeah, at least well, we'll see. I mean, we at least got one, and then we'll see what Pepe is able to do. But certainly would like to be able to prevent that from happening.
Pepe's a survivor, right? Seen him in the chase down, and that's gonna be another stat we'll probably have to start keeping track of.
Yeah, something to do with chase downs, but really nerves of steel, and really impressive performance from Pepe just in that regard. Against a very good player, Leslie, Nerds, right? I mean, to outlast a player like that, that's an accomplishment in itself. So we shall see what happens for Pepe here, but For now, Corion's got a 44,000 point lead.
And yeah, definitely more hand wiping than previous rounds.
Yeah.
But Corion's playing well, so.
Fatigue definitely a factor, especially in double elimination. I mean, ultimately, these players are trying to get from the top 64 to the top 8, which normally is, 3 games worth, 3 matches in a normal bracket. But, here you got to play a lot of matches to get that deep. So,
I mean, I've seen people say that hyper tapping has no disadvantage, but if we expand to like a much bigger bracket, and in order to survive all the rounds, if you have like 120 players or something someday, that complexion might change, and a hyper tapper might have to play like 30 games to get one from one end of the bracket to the other, and that might take a toll on the player. So DAS might have an advantage, and I really think that a player that can utilize both skills is going to be the one to rise to the top in the end.
We've seen Sharky do some of that. Well, I don't think that's a spoiler. We saw Sharky last week, and he did some of that. I don't think that's giving away too much.
I mean, like any athlete, managing yourself physically and mentally is important.
Yeah, no doubt. 313 Corian, 273 for Pepe. Corian Tetris's 336. Pepe building up high here, trying to get as many points really on 18 as he can, where at least it would be a little more, I think, equal between him and Corian.
Yeah. Generally close game here, though. Pepe's in striking distance.
Nice delayed burns from Pepe here. Keep from having to build too high or leave gaps.
Right. I see him trying to stay away from being too dependent.
Well, that's the name of the game, I mean, you, in a lot of ways, is just making sure that your stack can sort of live to fight another day and weather all kinds of RNG. I think we saw, again, I don't want to refer too much to last week, but we definitely saw some circumstances where players kind of went all in on pieces that didn't come. So if you can leave yourself some flexibility, then that adds to your survivability, and that plays right into what Pepe would be able to do here in terms of survival and chase downs and all that.
As we cross 100 line threshold, Corian pulling ahead by just a bit now, up by 2 Tetrises. Getting droughted, 30. He finally gets the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Corian. And stacking high enough for another one there. Corian now up by 73,000 at 487,000 points versus Pepe's 413,000. Corian set up a T-spin well there, and the T didn't come, so he's gonna skim it off the top with a couple of singles and burn back down to get clean, giving Pepe a chance to catch up a bit. Now Corian's lead diminished to 1 Tetris at 500,000 points. Pepe at 465k. And we're going to transition with this next, whoever makes this next Tetris. They both simul Tetris and both hit level 19. Both play fields safe after transition. Corian still up by 1 Tetris.
Yeah, not a big lead for Corian here going into level 20.
Right, not nearly like the last round.
No, not at all.
Pepe can play a bit more like he had.
Yeah, but of course, once Corian sort of gets into locked-in Corian mode, I mean... Oh, and Pepe with the left side, kind of going all in on a long bar now.
He's not looking too happy there. You can get a couple of things laid flat. If you can get something to the left side.
Oh, no, and he misses the...
Yeah.
Oh, no, and Corian is good and will defeat Pepe 3-1.
So Corian battles his way out of the second chance bracket back to fight Dog in our grand finals. But Pepe, with what a showing, surviving so many situations where he was on the ropes and getting a good position here in the bracket in Group C.
Yeah, congratulations to you, Pepe. What a run you had. I think it was a really impressive run, and you really showed us a lot here. And so I think, again, as I've been saying, just getting into this tournament was an accomplishment with so many people, who over 100 people tried to qualify and didn't. So I think even getting into this point, impressive. A great performance in qualifying, at least with one max out for Pepe. So something not a lot of folks can claim that they've done. And
he's also played a lot of matches, compared to other players.
Yeah, and played a lot of matches. So congratulations to you, Pepe. It was great to have you, and that's awesome, man. So let's see. I think let me bring the bracket over here, and we'll let that refresh here. Do you have that new BO5? Chris? I think there's a...
You?
I don't. All right, bear with me, folks, while I get a couple things set up. Well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and... while I get this set up,
I can actually see there's edits being done to
the
Google Doc
it's actually in the Discord right now.
Oh. So should I do that then?
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can do that, and I'll get some stuff set up here.
So, as you guys know, there's a documentary series being produced by Chris Higgins and some of the other people behind the Classic Tetris World Championships and the Ecstasy of Order documentary. And it's called Best of Five, the Classic Tetris Champions. And there's new news with it, and we wanted to highlight some interesting rewards for backing the series on Kickstarter. You get what they're calling a lesson with the champ. And at that level, you get an hour with a CTWC champ of your choice. You can choose between Harry, Jonas, or Joseph. It's a rare opportunity for you to get in touch with your favorite players and talk to them directly, one-on-one. If you want to learn their Tetris skills or just talk to your favorite player, get on this now before they're all sold out. So that's pretty cool, having a Kickstarter backing tier that lets you have one-on-one time with the Tetris champion of your choice, and something that's kind of cool, just having community involvement.
Yeah.
One
thing I can tell you is if I backed that series on Kickstarter and got that one-on-one time with one of those champions, it would do me no good whatsoever. But maybe some of you out there who are a little bit better than me just need that little extra oomph to get you over the top. Who knows what you might learn. Plus, it's cool to just kind of, spend time with a world champion. When do you get to spend time with a world champion, right? So not only do you get to back a great project, you also get some cool rewards and lots of other cool rewards as well. So certainly head over there. It is TetrisChampion.something. What is it? I forget what it is.
Yes, that's TetrisChampion.com.
TetrisChampion.com. And then we're going to go ahead and show you a little tiny thing here while I get everything set up. All right, awesome. And the cool thing is that Chris, you are heavily involved in that project as well, aren't you?
Yeah, we're going to be recording new commentary tracks. They're going to be reprocessing and implementing tray vision to those matches that had never had it before. So you get to see all those games with the cool screen effects and the drought counters. And James Chen and I will be getting to commentate along with it as if they were new matches. So that's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. And just that they're going to be building more Tetris history and things, more content for people to learn about and to enjoy. Us having something like the Ecstasy of Order in the first place was, what kind of gave us a template for us to be able to grow and to figure out our format and to get our legs and evolve to what we are today. So having sort of like a sequel to that has been a long time coming. And there's going to be different generations of players and getting to learn about all of our different years. This is something that Chris Higgins has been wanting to do for a really long time. And with things in the world happening, the fact that he was able to work on it and dedicate the time to really not just do the minimal job, but to actually do an amazing, outstanding job in light of how big our scene has gotten is a gift. So,
and it's all dependent on the contributions of people watching this right now. The more that people contribute to that project, the bigger and better that project can be. So definitely head over to TetrisChampion.com and big rewards, small rewards, big donation, small donation. There's something for everybody there, in any way that you can show support for that. It's going to be great for our scene. So there you go. Chris, I'm excited. We are here.
Yeah, grand finals.
Amazing.
The match that so many people wanted to see, well, you're going to get more of it. You're going to get more Dog, you're going to get more Corian.
Yeah, you saw one. You're definitely going to see at least one more, and you could see another one, because at this point, and I'll show you the bracket, show you just kind of how we got to this situation. Of course, Adam will cut that out. Any moment now, you're going to see a bracket, and it's going to be incredible. All right, there it is. So, Dog Playing Tetris came through the winner's bracket up there in top on gold. He went undefeated through those rounds. All the players that lost throughout the gold bracket went down to the loser's bracket. They played basically another tournament. The winner of that tournament was Corian. Corian was initially knocked out by Corian just a little bit ago. Dog was knocked out by... Corian was knocked out by Dog just a few matches ago. But Corian now, in virtue of winning the loser's bracket, gets to come back and get his crack at the grand finals. Now, since this is double elimination, players do have to lose twice in order to be eliminated from the tournament, and that goes for the grand finals as well. Dog has not lost at all. Corian has lost one match. So that means that Dog, just by winning one match, will punch his ticket to the top 8. And Corian, if he wants to go through to the top 8, will have to beat Dog in back-to-back best-of-5 matches. And that is a tall order, not only winning just any 2 matches, but against Dog Playing Tetris, who I think we have seen a display from him, Chris. Just the efficiency and just how well he's able to play. So this is not an easy road for Corian, but if anybody can do it, it's him.
Amazing top tier players. Corian